This is all a joke. A big funny joke. Right, Inspector? Any moment now, you're gonna burst out of the ground and shout, "Surprise! Had your food," and we'll laugh and laugh.
No, we won't.
They say no one remembers the Warriors of Light. Their names, their faces, all gone. Forever. But I remember you, Inspector. No, Gentleman Hero Hildibrand. I can never be the hero that you were, but I'll do my best to try. I, Nashu, Inspector Extraordinaire, will carry on your legacy. Because I'm walking here. Did you find the zombies? You did? That's wonderful. I've been busy too. The head zombie will rue the day that he meets me. You'll see. So tell me, what you learn? So, you weren't able to make new friends. Well, that's a shame. But this parchment, this is a map of the Sagoli Desert. There's a spot here, marked in the south. And look, there's something written here. A gentleman is, rather than does. This sort of reminds me of, Hey, no matter. Let's see where this map takes us, assistant. Onward! To the Sagoli!
Who summons the gentle dead man? I'm Sean Connery. They live, and we hunger for little whiskies.
My brothers, lend me your ears. A gentleman does not dine upon his guests. Spare this fine gentleman and lady your mastications. Withdraw, I say, and harass them no more.
Up in the sky! Look! It's a bird! No, it's an airship! No! It's the Inspector!
We hear, and we obey, because I'm Sean Connery.
It's you! It really is you! I knew nothing could kill the great Inspector Hildibrand.
Hildibrand? Who is this Hildibrand of whom you speak? My name is Zomnibrand, devourer of brains, undead overlord extraordinaire.
What are you saying? You're not an undead overlord! You're a gentleman inspector!
Inspector. Overlord. Inspector Overlord.
Oh, Inspector. You're just confused is all. Hey, don't worry. I'll knock some sense back into that noggin of yours.
Stay your hand, milady. You know not what you do. Even if I were the esteemed gentleman you purport me to be, the concussive force of that blast is more likely to liquefy my...
If crashing to the ground made you forget, then an explosion of equal force ought to make you remember. I'll save you, Inspector, or kill you trying.
See? Even you acknowledge the possibility that this plan will result in my...
Nah, I'm walking here.
Oh, shit. Doy. Normally, I would applaud your ingenuity, Nashu, but I would have preferred that you found a more elegant solution.
Hey, he remembers me! Inspector Hildibrand remembers me!
Yes, yes, I remember you, my faithful assistant. What I do not quite remember is how I came to be here. Noctis Flashbackaroo!
I'm walking you.
I'm back, baby. And better than ever. Ah, such a wonderful dream. I slew a dragon, and then... What is this place? And for that matter, who am I?
Brains. Brains.
Another dastardly situation for Inspector Hildibrand. Or Zombiebrand, for that is my new name. Oh my god, I am dead.
But you're one of us now. Brains.
I, Hildibrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, have awoken at last.
I always knew you'd come back to us.
Be it a red moon or black dragon, no fiend is a match for my legendary might. And who might this fine gentleman be? Could he perhaps be one of my many admirers? Nani? Oh, but what is this faint tingling sensation in my arm? This ringing in my ears? This dizziness? Could it be... a case? Verily, it could be nothing else. Somewhere nearby, dastardly doings are afoot, and only I can thwart them. Copious quantities of sand, unbearable heat. Ah, the Sagoli Desert. I'd bet my life on it. Which means that Uldar is but a short trek away. Yes, it all fits together. Only that den of iniquity could so violently trigger my keen investigator's sense. But fear not, law-abiding citizens. Inspector Hildibrand shall soon deliver you from evil. 'Cause I'm walking here.
I beg your pardon. You wish to question me about the whereabouts of the deviant running around town dressed in rags? Do I look like a reporter to the Mithril Eye? I do not consort with perverts, for I am Swedish. Why are you so late there? You looking for a half-naked Highlander who likes to catch criminals, lah? I would remember a thing like that, lah. If you manage to find this inspector friend of yours, tell him to do something about that goddamn duelist, lah. My mate's pa's cousin Keith's best friend got lost his blade the other day to that bastard already. Why you so late there?
Lol.
I'm sorry, my friend, but if it's information you want, you'd best be served by going to Wymond. The only rumors I have heard are about those of the weapon thief. calls himself a duelist, so I've heard. But when you don't allow your opponents to refuse, LOL! Wymond! I say, Wymond! Whoa! Bugging me with a bloody spear. The dead are bloody risen, and they walk in the streets of Uldar. No need for melodrama, my good man, for as you can see, reports of my death were greatly exaggerated.
It's true. He's not a zombie. I checked.
You do seem to be, like, hale and healthy, but that, like, begs the question. How in the seven hells did you survive that fall? Why question divine providence? What matters is that Eorzea's champion has returned, and that he, and by that I mean I, shall bring this thieving duelist to justice. Oh, so you, like, heard about that, have you? It might be a little bit harder than you think. Even I've got no inkling of that fellow's current whereabouts. Inconceivable. I refuse to believe that the ever-inquisitive, ever-ambitious, ever-reliable Wymond is without a single shred of information, even one of dubious relevance. Well, I mean, you know, I make no promises, mind you, but there was some talk of, like, a fair maiden what said her most— This knave assaulted a young woman as well? The audacity! I should fly to her side at— Gasp! Why, if it isn't the gentleman from the Segoli! A serendipitous encounter indeed. Unless you too seek the belligerent duelist. Capital! It'll be invigorating to engage in a friendly battle of wits. Already, the spirit of competition fills me. Come, Nashu. We must away.
I'm walking here.
Damn it, Hildy, like, I haven't even told you the lass's name yet. Oh, fucking hell. Well, Sebby, I mean, you might as well go after him. It'll be disappointing if you bloody don't. Now, the lady in question, her name is Yellow Moon. She's a woman with, like, a taste for the finer things in life. Safe to say, you'll find her getting fitted for, like, something in the Weavers Guild most every bloody day. Now, good luck with the inspecting, Inspector.
Und my beloved pure heart was unlike any wand you've ever seen. Elegant, refined, the perfect accessory for any cultured woman. You will bring it back to me, won't you?
A priceless possession, callously ripped from the hands of its owner. The lady weeps, and the wind bears her sorrow to his ears. What gentleman could help this clarion call and not beg the honor of championing her cause?
Und what in this world?
I swear to you, here and now, that I, Hildibrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, shall scour all creation, from the deepest pit of the seventh hells to the very pinnacle of the heavens, for your pure heart.
Yeah, what he said. I'm walking here.
And you, my fellow servant of justice, I see that your instincts are not to be underestimated, having guided you to this fair maiden's side. Now then, Miss Moon, what can you tell us of the theft?
Uns, thefts, sir, to be precise. Mine pure heart was only the most recent item to be taken from me. I'm certain I had it when I left home the other day. After I browsed the latest fashions at Sunsilk and took in a match at the Colosseum, I realized Ince was gone.
So, the time and location of the theft are unknown. Essential details, without which we cannot solve the case. There is but one logical course of action. Miss Moon, to coax the hidden clues from your memories, we must reenact that fateful day's excursion to the Sunsilk Tapestries.
See you later.
Miss Moon, would you be so kind as to describe your visit in detail on the day in question?
Nothing unusual happened, but if you insist, I was pondering whether or not to purchase a new dress when a man approached me and confessed his undying love. What sort of man says that to a complete stranger, I ask you? Naturally, I was taken aback. I dropped my purse,
In shock, not intentionally, on his foot, he cries out in pain and fled. If I might be so bold, Miss Moon, that strikes me as a most unusual happening. In any case, it appears to be completely unrelated to the theft. Let us next proceed to the Colosseum and see what you remember. Once again, Miss Moon, if you would be so kind as to tell us what you remember.
Well, like before, nothing unusual happened. I felt like gambling that day and was debating which match to observe when a gladiator approached me from behind and confessed his undying love. Naturally, I was taken aback. I whirled around and struck the man in the face with my purse, in shock, not intentionally. Unfortunately, since I was carrying a tremendous sum of money, my purse weighed about 60 pounds, and the blow was enough to render him unconscious.
120 pounds. Miss Moon, you are a remarkably strong woman. Which is precisely why you were targeted. Oh, it's so obvious in hindsight. The thief bore you a grudge. No, it's more than that. He hated you with a passion.
Hey, there sure are a lot of giant crates in Eldar. At the Weavers Guild, at the Sunsilk Tapestries, and over here, too. These crates are everywhere, Sebby. I wonder what's inside. But I don't see how we can open it. Hey, of course! I got plenty of explosives here. Why don't you try it? It'll be fun!
Nani? Oh, fucking hell. Have mercy. At the heart of every crime rests a single, unassailable truth, reached only by navigating a web of falsehoods and contradictions. Hearken to me now, for as a shepherd leads his flock, I too shall guide you to my irrefutable conclusion. A gladiator professes his feelings, only to be rejected and physically assaulted in response, wounding his pride and warrior as a man. Resenting her prowess while recognizing his weakness, he carries out a more feasible vengeance. He robs Yellow Moon of her weapon, the Pure Heart.
Hey, Inspector! We found the Pure Heart! These strange men sneaking around in the wooden crates had it.
Look, it's not what you bloody think. We're not thieves, we're, devotees. Yellow Moon is our sun and stars. We only wish to keep her safe from harm. If she misplaced an item from time to time, we collect it. For safekeeping. Nothing untoward.
Oh my god! You deviants were behind all these thefts! All this time, you have been stalking me! What a nerve!
Oh, such unbridled fury! Such righteous indignation! We should be glad to accept the goddess's punishment. Oh, fuck! Goddess? Devotees? Ah, but of course! That I had you to inspect those crates was a stroke of genius indeed. As I was elucidating but a moment ago, those fiends are obviously the ones responsible for the recent rash of weapons thefts, as
Those thefts were carried out by a single individual, you imbecile! Lest you have forgotten, the culprit is a duelist. He only claims his victims' weapons after defeating them in single combat. If your powers of observation are as great as you claim, you should have deduced that those buffoons in boxes were incapable of such. I should know. I am a reporter for the Mystery Eye. My name is Ellie, and I have been investigating these incidences for weeks. Inspector Hildibrand, gentleman investigator and agent of inquiry, I presume. You are looking well for a dead man. Would you like to meet one of the duelist victims? I will introduce you with pleasure.
you would be willing to share such precious information with me? Your generosity is commendable, Miss Ellie. May this mark the beginning of a long and beautiful friendship.
Oui, very good. The name of the man is... Hey, where the fuck do you think you're going? I have not told you anything yet! I suppose since you're the imbecile's friend, You intend to help him? The man you want is an adventurer named Humphrey. At present, he can be found at the Golden Bazaar. With luck, the good inspector may find his way there by the time you arrive. If not, then so be it. I wonder what will happen when he discovers that the victim is a perpetrator as well. Haha, I am French. Oh, hello. I'm Humphrey. And you are?
At last, I've caught up with you. You there, young sir. I'm told that you're the victim of the marauding duelist?
Oh, me? A victim? Oh, how amusing. You amuse me. True, I was challenged by the duelist not long ago, but where he thought to find a whelp, he found a warrior of light instead. And I defended my honor and my blade. See for yourself. Wow, you mean you won? Hey, that's amazing. Well, it was nothing compared to what I faced at Cartano. Magitech to the right of us, Magitech to the left. Stuck in the middle with Master Lou. Core, he was a dab hand with the old magic he was. I tried to save him, of course, but there's a limit to how many giant beasties a man can— That man is no warrior of light! Huh? Tell them, Eleazar. Tell them how he lost and surrendered a sword that was not his own. Lawyer, scoundrel, I trusted that bastard with me father's blade, and bid him take it to a smithy for restoration. Even gave him gil to pay for it. Then he comes crawling back, sniveling, and begging forgiveness for losing it in a duel. As if that's enough to set things right. Look at me, you bleeding whoreson! Look at me! Me flowing golden locks are no more! I've gone bald from the stress and the heartbreaking. I swear to everything holy that you'll face a reckoning if you don't bring her back to me, arr! And now I'm going to walk away, because I'm done with this scene. No! Oh, all right. He beat the shit out of me and took my old man's sword. I used the guild to pay the sergeant. I have no idea where he or the sword is. Oh, what am I supposed to do? I can't give him what I don't have. Unless you help me find the sword. That's what you do, right? Help people? Have you no shame? First, you claim a legacy that is not your own. Then, you beg others to help you with problems of your own making. You will refuse this man, won't you, Inspector?
And what of Eleazar's flowing golden locks? How will forsaking young Humphrey help the man that he has wronged? We shall begin our search for the sword by questioning the people of the Golden Bazaar.
Oh my god, like antique swords? I don't know anything about that. That traveling merchant, Jajanpa, oh my god, he's totally the one you should speak to. Assuming he hasn't left, like, oh my god. Like Zoink Scoob, like Eleazar's sword. Wasn't much to look at, but at least it was authentic. Ho-ho! More than a few collectors have been tricked into purchasing counterfeit relics.
Robo, that boy should be ashamed of himself. Robbing poor Eleazar of a priceless family heirloom. Just goes to show you should never trust an adventurer who claims to be warrior of light. Thieves and tricksters the run of him. A ruby roo. It might not be the most honorable situation, but perhaps you should consider giving Eleazar a counterfeit blade. If the deception brings him to peace in his final days, what could be so wrong?
Regrettably, I have no knowledge of an ancient sword. At least, none of one I can guarantee to be authentic. You see, any wares I determine to be of dubious origins, I immediately discard in the spring east of Camp Drybone. Although I have no swords for sale at present, I may have disposed of a facsimile similar in design to the one you describe.
Well, this presents a quandary.
Though I am loath to deceive an honorable man like Eleazar, a well-intentioned ruse may put his heart at ease, thus spurring the rejuvenation of his flowing golden locks while we continue to search for the genuine article.
Well, if there is a sword in that spring, it won't remain there for long. It is one of the more convenient sources of fresh water for the common folk in Camp Drybone.
Tisk tisk, you should endeavor to be more optimistic, Miss Ellie. Like me. I say we search the spring first before declaring all to be lost. I'm walking here. It occurs to me that I am not yet fully recovered from my accumulated injuries. It would not be prudent to immerse my body in water. Not without first coating it with a liberal application of salamander oil, that is. Indeed, on many an occasion, my dearest mother tended to my childhood scrapes just so. You understand the importance of physical rehabilitation, yes? Then you can assist me by pouring the oil all over my body. Oh God, here we go. The body is but an instrument in occasional need of oiling. So come, my friend. Come and oil me up. Ah, this comforting scent, as though I am a child in her arms. Quickly now, before it dries, knead the oil into my aching flesh. Oh, my God. Oh, gods. Yes, at last. Oh, my muscles slacken and soften. The warmth spreads. The pain becomes pleasure. Yes, lower. Lower. Too low. Lower. Right there. Yes. Keep doing that. Just like that. Just like, oh God. Yes. Now, once more, with feeling. Oh God. Oh, never before have I received such splendid ministrations. Now then, into the spring. You as well, my good man. No sign of the sword Jajonpa mentioned, I see.
Hey! Now I'm all wet. What was that, anyway? Ooh la la? Did something cause you to? Oh! Sacre bleu!
Once again, my instincts have guided us to our quarry. That I had you search that section of the spring was a stroke of... achoo! Bless me.
Inspector, it's bad for your health to conduct investigation in those clothes. I'll go to Udar and fetch you some new ones.
How thoughtful of you, Nashu. And while you're there, purchase a few bottles of hair tonic for Eleazar as well. The newest, most potent blend that you can find.
I'm walking here.
Is it not wonderful, my friend? Soon, all of Eleazar's woes will be no more. As promised, I return to you your father's ancient blade.
Oi, it's her. Every chip and scratch, just as I remember. God's bless ye, sir. I never expected you would go to such lengths for two strangers without the thought of a reward. Altruism is a rare trait these days.
It's common enough if you know where to look. A gentleman recognizes the good in every soul and understands that none deserve to be forsaken.
Spoken like a true gentleman, though your garments beg to differ. Hey, Inspector, I brought you a change of clothing. I also brought you a supply of tonic from this peddler I met in Pearl Lane.
Excellent work, Nashu. If you would simply bring me that case.
Nani? Inspector? Inspector Hildibrand?
There appears to be something lodged in my forehead. Could it be a missive from an adoring admirer? The author neglected to pen her name. I shall come to claim the collector's blade. Is that supposed to be flattering?
No, it's supposed to be intimidating. The duelist wrote this. He's daring you to stop him.
A challenge for me. Ho! At last the curtain rises. Very well. If I am to duel the duelist, then I must dress for the occasion. I, Hildibrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, accept your challenge.
He's incredible. So bold and majestic. Just like the Warrior of Light. No, he's a gentleman of light. Here's, something. Inspector Hildibrand, you look amazing.
Hildibrand.
This is far from the strongest of Sodaru. Blue sky, the rolling desertaru. How much longer must I seek the blade of legendaru?
Challenge accepted, my worthy opponent. You shall not claim the blade. With my, let's call it what it is, genius, I shall bring you to justice. Wait, you wish to duel with weapons and not wits? This bridge seems hardly appropriate for such an epic battle.
Hey, I know that spear. That's the one I found buried with the pumpkins. Pumpkins sort of remind me of, it's gone. Hey, never mind. See you later. I'm walking here. Perchance you are curious about the duelist declared target? It so happens I have identified the weapon in question. The treaty blade is part of an Ishkadian noble's collection. Or was, should I say. No, it has not yet been stolen. It's been purchased by an Uldan collector, the wife of a wealthy merchant living in Vesper Bay. Suffice it to say, I would be remiss in my duties as a reporter if I were not to investigate her. And should the duelist strike while I am present, well, I hope I need not explain what a golden opportunity that would be. Ingratiating myself to her may prove to be the greatest challenge, though. I am told she is a difficult woman to please. Fortunately, I am also told she has a fondness for rare flowers, the sort Tootsie in Count Tribone sells. You can come along, if you like.
Haha, here you are, miss. Thank you for your patronage.
Was it for love or money that you killed him? It was you? Have you gone mad? That was an Amalja arrow in his back. I don't even know how to shoot a bow. Amalja don't shoot fleeting unarmed merchants. They capture and temper them. Not that you or your victim make for convincing merchants. If you're going to misrepresent yourself, put some effort into it. Wear gloves, for God's sake, or at least don't wave your hands in front of my face. The calluses on your fingers betray you as a veteran archer. Doubtless you used your skills to great effect 5 years ago, as did your partner. So I ask again, was it because he took from you your share, or your sister? You don't touch a man's kin. He knew that, but he... A blast, and I thought he did it for the money. You two? Here's all yours. Yes, of course. Thank you for the help, Inspector. At least he's competent. But when did investigating crimes become such a popular profession?
Oh, it's not his job, you know. He just likes doing it. He belongs to one of Ishgard's high houses. Some say he's a baron. Not at all like that buffoon Hildibrand, don't you think?
I try not to think about Hildibrand. We should get going. Lady Dorilda will not take kindly to wilted flowers.
Again? As I told the last 20 who came before, if you've come looking for work, you're too bloody late. And even if I did need additional security, I would not deign to hire a common adventurer. Now remove yourself from my sight before I have you removed. Did you really think I could be so easily manipulated? Present the right gift, speak the magic words, and you earn my respect? What's more, a flower's beauty is fleeting. I value beauty which transcends the boundaries of time, everlasting, enduring, unchanging. Like mine. Now fuck off.
Forgive us, Lady Dorilda. We meant no disrespect. We were afraid you would not heed our warnings otherwise. A notorious, violent thief is plotting to steal the treaty blade.
You fools. I shall come to collect the collector's blade? Yeah, I read the Mithril Eye, okay. I know full well of whom you speak, and it's none of your concern. I have a legion of guards at my disposal. If he tries, I'll have him seized, or worse. And even if by some miracle he should succeed, he will not escape my wrath, for I have retained the services of a certain gentleman. And you might see it for yourself. Like every piece in my collection, he has been chosen with the utmost care. Now look on, my peerless inspector, interlopers, and despair.
Ships that pass in the night, a signal shown in the darkness. The lady cries out for a guardian, and a gentleman must needs oblige. I swear to you, here and now, that I, Hildibrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, shall neither slumber nor sleep until the fiend who covets the treaty blade is brought to justice. Good sir, what brings you here? Are you come in pursuit of the duelist as well? Or perchance, in pursuit of me?
As if I would spend a single gil on an insufferable, incompetent...
To be fair, you're not spending a single gil on me. The chance to investigate such an intriguing case is payment enough. Preemptive declarations of criminal intent are hardly in vogue.
Sorry I'm late. Busy solving a murder. Briardien, Consulting Inspector. At your service, my lady.
Conniving Inspector?
Consulting Inspector. Rotting flesh and saltpeter. Hildibrand Manderville and Nashu Makaraka, I presume. 2 rank amateurs playing at a profession of which they know not. Call me when you've finished with these wastrels.
See? I don't want and I don't need your help, okay? Briardien is more than capable of overseeing the transfer. Now fuck off. And where have you been, Maria? Where is my vase? There was like this strange flying thing, and the vase, I dropped it in the water. I was so... That bloody vase once belonged to the royal house of the Thorn. Do you have any idea how much it's worth? You will go outside right now and search for my vase, and you're not to return until you find it. Do I make myself clear?
My lady, pray, allow me to go in the girl's stead. It is not safe, for she herself spoke of a ferocious wild beast. With my unmatched investigative skills, I shall swiftly locate and recover the missing vase, thereby earning your respect. At which point, you will gladly grant me permission to investigate the thieving duelist. Verily, it is a plan fiendishly clever in its intricacies.
Not when spoken aloud.
Oh, shit. Miss Maria, would you be so kind as to tell me exactly what happened?
Oh, God. I picked up the vase in Uldar, like me mum said. I was on my way home. I was crossing the bridge, then this flying thing came. I got so scared, I ran. When I stopped, it was gone. But so was the vase. I think I dropped it in Nufika's wells. I wanted to go and look, but there were scary looking things down there. I'm scared to go alone.
You are no longer alone, Miss Maria. We shall go together and look for the vase. All 5 of us.
All 4 of you. I am going after Inspector Briardien. If the duelist strikes, I mean to be there.
But, Miss Ellie, how can you ignore the plight of a young girl for the sake of a story?
Because that's my job, you imbecile!
Well, we shall not be derelict in our duty to justice. Come, Nashu, we must away.
You don't even know what the vase looks like! Ah, sacre bleu. Maria, dear, listen. If it gets dangerous, or you feel afraid, you run to this adventurer for help. You understand?
That girl who ran by earlier. I seen her. Had something in her hands. It dropped it while crossing the bridge. I didn't get a good look, but I reckon it doesn't matter anymore. Whatever it was, it's long gone by now.
A vase? Well, anything that falls into the water is likely to be swept downstream very quickly. Does this have anything to do with that queer winged beast I saw earlier? No? Well, never mind then. I'm going to suck your cock. I'm sorry.
A pox upon that thieving Divan Borderoo! He shall rue the day he crossed the path with me!
Nani?
A Vazaru? I know nothing of you. Duh. Curse this infernal refuse underfoot. Every point is a daggeroo!
There is something in the water at the man's feet.
Do the people of this land simply toss their refuse in the river? Every step is agony!
Do I spy the treasured vase of Lady Durilda over... Oh. Oh shit.
Oh, does this belong to you, Childaru? Forgive me! I was so engrossed in my searcheru, I did not notice.
Your search for what, pray tell?
That demon bird that absconded with my weaponry. I set it down for a moment, only to see it next in the talons of that accursed creature. I gave chase, following it to these waters. In my haste, I must have stepped upon your Valsaru.
Hey, don't fret it, Maria. I know it looks bad, but I'm sure Inspector Hildibrand will think of something.
Oh, but I already have my faithful assistant. Hearken to me now, for as the rising sun doth dispel the dark, so too shall my solution resolve our dilemma. But first, we must gather as many fragments of the vase that we can find. Come to present your findings, have you? Splendid! Let's have a look. Well done, my friend. This should be more than sufficient for our needs. He's performed miracles with far less, after all. There is but one person in all of Eorzea capable of reconstructing this vase. A man whose skill with the hammer has brought rival goldsmiths low. So breathtaking are his works, so fearsome his competitive spirit.
This man is no mere goldsmitheru. You speak of him as one would of a great warrior.
Once, a notorious gang of thieves perpetrated a series of robberies in Uldar, targeting establishments which sold luxury goods. One such shop was owned by the humble lapidary of whom I speak. His was the last shop that the thieves struck, for the following morning they were found beaten, bound, and gagged in the Gold Court. The brass blades never learned who was responsible. The only information they had was the testimony of a thief who kept muttering the words, "The hammer. The hammer."
Ooh, he sounds dangerous.
That he does, Aru. I do enjoy the company of dangerous men, Aru. But where are my Manaru? I have yet to properly introduce myself. I am Gilgamesh, and that is my companion, Enkidaru. Bakok! Well, not really. It has been many moons since I last saw her. So, to ease the burden of loneliness, I tamed a rooster and painted it green! In any case, you mean to search for this goldsmitheru? If so, it would be my pleasure to help.
The pleasure is all mine, Gilligan. I, Hildibrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, bid you welcome.
If it is that hard for you to remember, I give you leave to call me Gil.
Excellent suggestion, Greg. Playful monikers are an effective means of building camaraderie. Call me Hildy. Now then, from what I know of the goldsmith's propensity to procure the materials himself, I have deduced that he is most likely to be found in the vicinity of Blue Fog in northern Thanalan. It is there that we shall begin our search. I'm walking here.
The Domblin's wounds indicate that it was felled with a hammer. A trail of bloody footprints leads to the north. Hey, I don't think it's been dead very long. Maybe whoever did this is still around.
A single blow to the head, Aru. Impressive.
The Doblin, the Basilisk, and this Araman, all were slain with a hammer, as was that beast over yonder, unless I'm mistaken. That chimera might be his latest prize, which means that he must still be about. Perhaps he's watching us at this very moment, attempting to ascertain our intentions. He was ever a cautious man when on the hunt. Alas, it comes to this. Though every fiber of my being cries out in rebellion, I must break my oath and do the unspeakable.
What must you do that is so terrible?
I must dance. I'm a Manderville man, doing what only a Manderville can. From the peaks of Korthus to Thanalan, Manderville man.
I cannot avert my eyes on her!
Oh God. That is the dance of House Manderville, passed down from father to son. Were I to perform it within the sight of our quarry, he would not be able to resist revealing himself. Alas, oh God, I neglected to properly stretch my legs beforehand. My good man, I see no other solution. You must dance in my stead. Though it be gross, nay, an unconscionable violation of my family's traditions, I must bequeath to you the Manderville. We are siblings now, my constant comrade, for I have shared with you the secrets of House Manderville. Now, you must use that knowledge. Go with a fallen chimera and dance like only a Manderville man can. Adoy. Fancy yourself a Manderville man. That would do what only a Manderville can. Then lift your legs and put up your hands. Be a Manderville man.
He Kamaru!
Ruh-roh.
Ho 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 ho! You have nothing to fear from me. Nothing at all. The only accounts I came here to settle with were the Chimera. But you weren't drawn here by some coincidence, were you? No, you came in search of me, Godbert. Why else would you gyrate your hips in such a gentlemanly fashion, if not that? I know you. He of strong but tender fingers. But more importantly, how in the hell did you learn the Manderville? If I didn't teach you, then who?
Run away!
By the grace of Thal, what sorcery is this? He lives? Soyo!
Oh my God. Oh, so intense.
Hildibrand, Eleanor, Maximilian Manderville! Godbert Suplexer! 10 years, Hildibrand. 10 years since you left home. And 5 since I learned of your trip to Dalamud. How long were you planning to allow your mother and father to suffer under the illusion that their beloved son was dead? Son? You are Hildy's father? Godbert the goldsmith's a Manderville man. Smithing is only a Manderville can. Oil him up and give him a tan. Fit for a Manderville man.
Please, Father, cease your undulations at once. There are more pressing matters at hand. He's just still doing it. This antique vase must be made whole once more for the sake of Miss Maria.
Ha! Don't you worry, little one. I deal with worse cases before my morning bowel movement. Hold your applause until the end. Byragut, guide my hammer. Kaioken? Look how it sparkles in the twilight, how it radiates elegance. Would you all not agree that this is a work of art?
You've completely destroyed the priceless antique's historical value.
Nonsense! I've taken a dull, unremarkable vase and transformed it into something far superior. I hope you were paying attention, Hildy. How long has it been since you last held a hammer?
Father, that is not my path. I am an agent of inquiry, an inspector. It is my duty to help those in need. Miss Maria is one such person. And there are others, too. Innocent people whose weapons were callously ripped from their hands by a thieving duelist.
I thought you'd put away childish dreams. But no matter. You'll understand in due time.
No, I will not. I am an inspector, Father. I can be nothing else.
Oh, Mr. Godbert, sir. I don't think me mum's gonna like what you did. She probably won't let Mr. Hildibrand help with the investigation.
We cannot say that for certain, can we? Perhaps she will take a liking to this, reimagining.
Jesus Christ, mate. That face.
You spoke of a thieving duelist, did you not, Ru? It so happens I am something of a duelist myself. Were we to cross paths with this fellow, I would welcome the opportunity to pit my skill against his, and Kido as well. I should think, Ru. Peacock!
I see that you too possess a strong sense of justice. Full glad I am to have met you, Greg. Now, let us return to Vesper Bay and see how our vase is received.
Vesper Bay, you say? Well, ain't that a coincidence? I shall be traveling there on business once I finish gathering materials. Ooh, I think I might have seen the demon bird, which took my weapon. Go on without me. I shall follow Anonaru.
Mother, I brought you the vase.
Oh my god, have you got no shame? How dare you make my daughter complicit in your chicanery? I don't know where you found this gaudy trash, but it bears no resemblance whatsoever to the vase I purchased. Hey, now see here, Lady Durilda.
Not only did you send Maria to fetch your priceless vase alone, placing her in considerable danger should bandits or wild beasts attack, which they did, but...
Gaudy trash?
Lord Manderville, I mean, like, oh my god, I didn't realize that you just arrived. Though I know it's nothing compared to the lavish accommodations an esteemed gentleman such as yourself might enjoy, I pray that my humble abode meets with your satisfaction.
Oh, it does, my lady. It does indeed. Especially that exquisite vase over yonder. Although, I gather from your previous comments that you do not like my reconstruction.
Your reconstruction? Oh, I mean, I don't like it. I love it. I'd go so far as to call it the new centerpiece of my Thorn Dynasty collection.
I do declare what a relief that is. I would have been most distressed had you said otherwise. We Mandervilles do so take pride in our work, and we ever strive for professional perfection. Oh, but why am I repeating what my son Hildibrand doubtless told you when he offered to investigate the duelist threats? Enough expository banter, I say.
I mean, I can't recall if your son used those precise words, but I do remember thinking that that his help would be most welcome. You will be helping us, Inspector Hildibrand. Will you not?
Wait a minute! Your father is Lord Godbert Manderville, the man who took Eloan Quiveron's seat on the Syndicate?
It appears there have been a great many developments over the past 10 years of which I was completely unaware. In any case, we must redirect our energies towards the investigation of the thieving duelist. Our first order of business will be to review all the facts with consenting Inspector Briardien.
Whew!
I say, why are you still here? Allow me to elucidate. Lady Durilda has asked that we assist with the investigation. Now, kindly share with us all your information.
Fine. Our plans have advanced to a stage that even you couldn't ruin them. I commissioned several reproductions of the Treaty Blade through a merchant named Jorjonpa, who traffics in counterfeit antiques. These blades have been delivered to the observatorium, where they are being distributed amongst Lady Durilda's sellswords. Once I give the order, they will transport them via alternate routes to Vesper Bay.
Hey, I think I get it. You're hiding the real transport with a bunch of decoys, right?
They're all decoys. The moment the thief strikes, all our forces will converge on his location, including those disguised as small folk along each route. The real Treaty Blade will remain in the owner's original vault until the thief has been apprehended. Everything has been accounted for. You are superfluous. I don't see what the point of that was, but anyway, perhaps we could use more small folk to watch the roads in and out of the observatorium, assuming you have the capacity to conduct yourself in an unassuming fashion.
Fear not, my fellow inspector, for I am a master of disguise. Have you any information regarding the duelist himself? A description?
You never sought to ask Humphrey, did you? Merde. The thief is said to be a towering brute, dressed in red, who wields a halberd.
Ho! A man so garishly dressed should be easy to find in Surrey Corthas.
Then I suppose we don't need your help at all, do we? Come or don't, I couldn't care less. Be seeing you. Au reservoir.
Goodbye, goodbye.
Pray, forgive my lateness, Aru.
Greg, my good man, what a pleasure it is to see you again. We just received new information regarding the weapon thief. A victim described him as a halberd-wielding brute dressed in... Wait, I've got it. A ridiculous outfit!
A ridiculous outfitteru! Oh, now I am intrigued. What reason would a warrior have for wearing such impractical clothing?
What reason indeed! It is enough to make a gentleman laugh. Allow me to summarize our current plan of action. Our destination is the Observatorium. Our mission is to pose as goodly small folk in accordance with Inspector Briardien's instructions. Naturally, should the situation demand improvisation, we are to disregard those instructions. Any questions? No? Well then let us sally forth at once. Hail to thee, fellow servant of justice. I take it that you are one of the many tasked with transporting a counterfeit treaty blade.
Clearly, you have mistaken me for someone else, sir.
At ease, Sergeant. They're with us. More small folk. Keep an eye on them, or else.
But, sir, Oh, fuck me. Don't you move until I get back, mamma mia. I'm Italian.
I say, is this Randaru always so inhospitable? The biting wind, the endless snow. Perhaps keeping active will help me to stay warmer. Oh, should I chance to find a thieving duelist, I will of course summon you. After administering the requisite beating, oh ho ho!
Good, you are still... Wait a minute. Wasn't there someone with you a moment ago?
Ah, you speak of Greg. He ventured outside the gates mere moments before your arrival, full eager to catch the thief, as are we. Come, Nashu, we must answer to the call of duty, and I don't mean the game.
You look like you might actually be useful. Why don't you have a word with the man near the east gates? We are undermanned over there.
Hooah! Did you just see that just now? No? I don't think my eyes were playing tricks on me. But there's only one way to be sure. You wait here. Hooah! I'm Al Pacino.
Hey, Inspector! Over there! Look!
What is it, Nashu? Pray, tell me what you see.
Aha! I see you, Demon Birderu! You will not escape me this time, Aru. Oh, hello there, my friend! Is something amiss, Aru?
Oh, it's just Greg. For a moment, I thought you might have spotted our thief. Come, Nashu. We have lingered here for too long. We must egress, post-haste. There is nothing out of the ordinary here either.
No luck. Qu'est-ce que c'est?
We've scoured every ilm of this area to no avail. I can only conclude that, having learned that his opponent was to be the legendary Inspector Hildibrand, the duelist renounced his criminal ways and retreated into hiding.
Or perhaps he patiently waited outside the walls for more wagons to leave. That being said, should you decide to venture into the wilderness, you had best arm yourself with more than your wits.
I appreciate your concern, Miss Ellie, but a gentleman should abstain from violence unless absolutely necessary.
Hey, I'll fight for you, Inspector. I even found a weapon to use.
By the 12, is that the same spear which propelled me to the Red Moon? Wherever did you find it?
Hey, it was buried in the snow.
Well, one cannot ignore the will of destiny. Return it to me, Nashu. Though I will endeavor to avoid fisticuffs, I will be duly armed should the worst come to worst. Now then, we begin our search for the duelist to the east of the Observatorium. Wherefore art thou, my nefarious nemesis?
'Twas not the self-same creature, but one of many. Nevertheless, I know my weapon is close by. You sense it too, don't you? Bagok!
Yawn. Greg, I'd been meaning to ask, why do you covet this weapon so?
If you but beheld it, you would understand. In some ways, it bore resemblance to a spear, but in other respects, it was quite a different. It was crowned with a magnificent axe blade, to which was wielded a musket barrel. 'Twas one of the first weapons I added to my collection after arriving in these lands. Oh, how I yearn to reclaim it. The strongest of spear!
Nani?
Bagok! Nandato? That weapon of yours bears a striking resemblance to... Oh my god! The strongest of spear!
I claimed this weapon 5 years ago. Surely you can't be serious.
Oh, now you call me Shuri! No matter. Give it to me! Give it to me!
This spear and I have traveled together to the very heavens. I will not relinquish it again.
This spear and I have bested many a man. I will not relinquish it again.
Then we are at an impasse.
I cannot believe I am saying this, but well done, Inspector! Thanks to you, we have caught the weapon thief in the act.
Miss Ellie, you are grossly misreading our dispute. Greg is a good, honest man who I am certain has never stolen a weapon in his life.
Indeed, I have not. Every weapon I have claimed was by rights mine!
That's correct, and
each was a trophy for besting my opponent in single combat.
yes, and, wait a minute. Nani?
I believe that constitutes a confession. Seize him.
A confession to what? I have done nothing wrong. You are all beyond reason.
Run away! Ah, yes. My plan to secure Greg's confession was utterly flawless, and his capture will be the coup de grace.
Well, my plan so far was thus flawless. A Griffin crossing is still impossible. Go on. Do your thing. I know who you are, even if that imbecile doesn't.
So let's not mince words. Only you have the skill to face the duelist in battle. Even so, your strength alone will likely not suffice. I suggest you muster what allies you can.
I'm Noctis, and I take selfies. As you have doubtless deduced, I was unable to prevent Greg from escaping through the doors. I leave the rest to you.
Nani?
Yes, it was I who was behind these doors the whole time. Gilgamesh! You took so long to arrive. I was getting worried you might have gotten a roster. Wrong did I wonder what your role in this prey was. A silent guardian, content to watch events unfold with minimal interaction. At the last, I understand. We were fated to duel! You and me. Best me, you may have the spear. Fail! Your weapons are forfeit! Fair terms, do you not think? I will even extend them to your allies. I grant you leave to summon the other. After all, it will avail you no advantage. Ho 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 ho! Ha 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 ha! For Gilgamesh, it is beginning time. Soyo!
Nani?
Gronk! Soyo!
Here we go. Let's fucking go, ladies and gentlemen.
Speedrun! Noctis! Como no! Noctis! What? Strike! Shot!
Oh, he's done.
Fine, I admit it. Fighting all 8 of you is too much. Ho ho! I ride! Soyo! Come on! Grizzly Magnum! Oh! I remembered something. Goodbye! Come on! Muda! Sawardo! An understanding that I will pound you silly. Oh wait, that was dialogue from a different fighter. Well then!
I'm Noctis.
That is enough of a beating for now.
Run away!
Oh my god!
I say, alone, yet still armed. Humph. In any case, he seems satisfied with the halberd. We will proceed with the delivery.
It's more magnificent than I imagined. Oh my god, it'll make a fine addition to my collection.
Noises of disapproval.
And with that, our business is concluded. Cheers. And by that, I mean it genuinely in your case, by the way. I'm Noctis.
Hey, all's well that ends well. Right, Inspector? Although it's a shame that Greg turned out to be the thief. Well, there you are, Inspector Briardien. Why didn't you wait for me at the docks? Like, why are you all staring at me like that? Look, never mind. Where is my treaty blade? But, didn't we just give you the treaty blade?
I say. Disguise yourself as the client and let the treaty blade come to you. Take advantage of an existing situation to distract us from the real crime. Brilliant. The man in red never spoke of the treaty blade, only the halberd. Moreover, he always issued his challenges in person.
Aha!
Dear gods, isn't it obvious? What is it like in your funny little brains? It must be so boring.
Nandato?
If the man in red did not send the challenge, then who did? Oh, fuck. Oh, God, the pain! Oh, this is horrible! Oh, the agony!
I believe that this is addressed to me, condescending Inspector Briardien.
Oh, fuck off. 400 years I have slept, 1,000 faces I wear. What is yours will be mine. I shall come to claim the Lapis Maiden's virtue. A many-faced phantom thief. Interesting. The design and wording are the same as before. The thief who stole the treaty blade sent this.
Wait a minute. Very well. Very well. I and I alone, Hildibrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, once more accept your challenge.
You want a challenge, eh? Well, stand and face me, you buffoon. Come here. I'll spank your body. I'll make those cheeks red.
Sorry.
Oh, this is fun. It's like a game of tag.
Oh, my lord. It's so funny.
Go, Inspector. You can get away from him. Oh my god, how dare all of you laugh at a time like this after allowing my precious treaty blade to be stolen? And you, Maria, Oh, you're alright, mate. I suppose it is a little funny, isn't it? The two of them dashing to and fro. A pair of gentlemen bogans. You know what? It's been a long time since we've seen a bloody show. You know what, Maria? Let's head into the city later. Just you and me, you fucking dickhead.
Not bad, Hildy. Not bad at all. You are indeed a Manderville man. Oh, God. Mark my face. Oh, phantom of many faces. For it is the... Oh, God, the face of the... Oh my God. The face of... Oh, God. I can't keep doing this. The fiend dares lay claim to the maiden's virtue. As seeds of jealousy quicken within an inspector's soul. Can true love bloom on this battlefield? Will this Manderville man find his Manderville wife? Hildibrand will return in A Case of Indecency.
Hey, what's with the goggles those men were wearing? They look special. Maybe if I ask nicely, they'll give me a pair. I guess we'll find out next time. I'm walking here.
Oh, God.
Bonjour, Sebbywebz. There you are. I have been doing some investigating of my own since we last parted. I believe I have found a lapis mesdain. The girl's name is Arabella, daughter of one Master Gurugurumu, a prominent member of the Extraordinaire Trading Company. Her eyes and hair a most exceptional shade of blue. Her beauty is the talk of the Sultanate. Her purported beauty, I should say. You see, none have actually seen the girl in the flesh. Apparently her father is the overprotective sort. Some say the maiden has never set foot outside the family's well-guarded estate. But that is all about to change. Rumor has it that the girl is to be wed. And not just to anyone, mind you, but to the heir of the Briardien Consortium. The formal announcement is set to be made at a commemorative feast to be jointly hosted by the two family businesses. The venue is Costa del Sol, where preparations are going on as we speak. Word on the street is that the bride-to-be will be making a rare public appearance. It is here the thief intends to strike. I could not be more certain of it. Piqued your interest, have I? My sources tell me that the bride's father is already in Costa del Sol overseeing the preparations. This is one scoop I am not going to miss, and you are welcome to come along. You are not one of my associates. This banquet is for invited guests only. If you have no business here, be on your way at once. I beg your pardon, my good sir. My name is Ellie, reporter for the Misserlei. If I might just have a moment of... Ah, yes, that two-gill sensationalist rag. I read your tiresome screed about the self-styled phantom thief and his letter of challenge. If you have come to tell me that my daughter is in danger, I can assure you your concern is entirely unwarranted. I have not kept my Arabella safe to this day to see her whisked away from me by some fly-by-night rogue. I have spared no expense in securing the best protection that the money can buy. The brass blades of the Godbert, an elite unit of the most lethal swordsmen in the Sultanate. They say one of them once caused a man's heart to burst just by looking at him askance. The moment they set eyes on the would-be thief, it would be his last. If the thief is obliging enough to allow himself to be seen, or do those goggles serve some purpose other than making the wearer look utterly ridiculous? Consulting Inspector Briardien, your reputation precede you. And what, pray tell, would you propose? I have promised some of the wealthiest men in the realm that my daughter will be attending the festivities. To renege on my word would have a dire implication upon the family trade. My proposal is a simple one. Entrust the investigation to me. The thief will be in shackles before the banquet commences, and it will cost you not a whit of your precious gil. Very well. Let us see if your reputation is deserved. But consider yourself warned. Greater fortunes than you will ever know hinge upon this banquet. I will not tolerate any disturbances. Such touching concern for his coin purse. If only he could muster the same for his daughter. But to tell, Inspector, after he slipped under our nose the last time, what makes you so confident you can catch our thief this time around? Our man may boast 1,000 faces, but he has but a single modus operandi. It's painfully obvious. A letter of challenge. A precious treasure whisked away from its rightful owner in the broad of daylight. This tells me that our thief is an attention seeker with supreme confidence in his abilities. Doubtless he means to target the maiden using the same methods he used to abscond with the treaty blade. Even now, the fiend is in our midst, having assumed the identity of someone who will be in close proximity to Miss Arabella at the feast. I have already narrowed the field. Arabella's betrothed, Vance, would be the obvious target for our thief. So too would his father, Morgant. Yalto Nolto and his wife Sainana, the guests of honor, will give a toast to the couple's happiness. Both will be standing close to the stage where the bride-to-be is set to appear. Needless to say, we cannot rule out Guguramu himself. Finally, we have Lowenhart, a steward of Guraguramu's, or whatever the fuck he's called, estate, and Miss Arabella's personal attendant. All the key players, save for the Lapis Maiden herself, has assembled in Costa del Sol. Doubtless the Phantom Thief lurks among them, his face concealed, gathering information and planning his course of attack. We will begin our questioning of the suspects immediately. Should you encounter any suspicious individuals, you are to report back to me at once. Hildibrand Manderville. I could smell the stench of idiocy and incompetence from a mile away. The pleasure is all mine, contriving Inspector Briardien. Forgive me for not revealing myself sooner. I was simply conducting a bit of preliminary undercover investigative work. Yet, to see through my ingenious disguise with such ease. Yes, I dare say your powers of observation rival even my own. Fear not, friends, for I, Hildibrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, have arrived to defend the maiden's honor as only a Manderville man can. He does realize there is still a fish on his head, does he not? Good Inspector, I realize we have not seen eye to monocle in the past, but a fair maiden's virtue, mayhap even her very life, is at stake. From one gentleman to another, let us put aside our differences. Yes, I would welcome your assistance in this case. Me? Assist you? Well, aren't you a funny man? Oh, it makes no matter. My plan is so flawless that not even your bungling can interfere this time. If you wish to assist me, you may do so by keeping watch over the suspects. In the meantime, I have a promising lead to investigate. I shall return before the banquet begins. While I know this might be asking a bit much, do try not to do anything too stupid in my absence, will you? I would speak with you, but not here. I'll be waiting for you outside Costa del Sol. Come quickly, for we do not have the luxury of time. You've come! Excellent. With that buffoon suitably distracted, we can get to more important matters. But before we proceed, what might I call you? Well, that's an unremarkable name, but it will suffice. Now, answer me this, Sebby. You were there when the Phantom Thief, in the guise of Lady Durilda, stole off with the treaty blade. Was there anything about our foe's disguise that struck you as particularly noteworthy?
The perfect mannerisms.
Intriguing. Where most would point out the sheer physical perfection of the disguise, you turn an eye within. A thorough inspection of the mask left behind at the scene revealed a tiny prism sewn into the fabric. It is this stone which allows him to change appearances at will. And yet, like you, this was of secondary concern to me. From movements to mannerisms, to that utterly obnoxious personality, the thief did not merely look like Lady Durilda, he was her. Such a feat could not be accomplished by magical trickery alone. We are dealing with a clever and thorough criminal. Not content to rely upon his ample powers of disguise, he studies his targets closely before assuming their identities. He emulates them, utterly and completely, that not even their closest friends or family could detect that something is amiss. All the key players arrived at Costa del Sol 3 days ago, when preparations for the banquet began. This would afford our thief more than enough time to study his would-be target. And yet, some disguises are more challenging than others. Put yourself in the mind of our phantom, Sebby. If you were the thief, whose identity would you first assume? Precisely. Clearly, you are far less useless than the bumbling inspector whose company you keep. Strong in number, few of words, able to come and go as they please. A fearsome reputation to scare away any who would draw near enough to realize that something was amiss. An ideal entry into Costa del Sol for our man. Deducing as much, I made a point to question the brass blades in the area. Little to my surprise, I learned that there was one man who had not been seen at his favorite alehouse for 3 days. Our thief has not made a habit of wanton murder. Doubtless the poor man is lying naked in a ditch not far from here. In addition to general security duties, each of the brass blades has been assigned to serve as a bodyguard for one or more of the guests. If the man can tell us of his assigned charge, like as not, his answer will reveal the current identity of our thief. Our thief would not have time to carry the unconscious man far. I will canvass the immediate area. You begin your search on the outskirts of Costa del Sol. You fucking minge. Excellent. You are one of the less incompetent assistants I have worked with.
Dude, thank the gods, bro. Please, free me from these chains before the snippers eat me alive.
There. Now, tell me all you can remember about what happened to you, and try to be brief.
Dude, we just arrived in Costa del Sol. Had a briefing of sorts. Master Gugarumu gave us each of our orders, who we're looking after, etc. We had a mind to tour the area, get my bearings. Next thing I knew, I felt a thwack in the back of my head, bro. When I came to, here I was, stripped to my skivvies.
Much to the chagrin of those of us who've had to look for you. You say you received orders from Master Gugarumu. Who was to be your charge?
My memory's hazy, but oh yeah, one was Morgant, father of the groom. The other was a Lalafelian gent from Limsa.
Yalto Nolto. Now, try your best to remember. Were there any other guests with whom you were ordered to interact?
I mean, come to think of it, Yeah, there was this steward, Lowenhart. I was to review with him the schedule of events, discuss the protection of key supplies, that sort of thing, bro.
Morgant, Yalto Noto, and Lowenhart. Thank you. For an incompetent fool, your testimony has proved astonishingly enlightening. I shall see this man back to the city and into the possession of some new clothes, after which I shall return to Costa del Sol and continue the investigation. Go ahead of me, and for the love of gods, just make sure that imbecile doesn't cause too much trouble in my absence. I'm walking here.
Ah, there you are, my friend. And not a moment too soon, for I was about to commence my investigation in earnest. Tell me, did your and Inspector Briardien's avenue of inquiry bear fruit? Morgant, Yalto Noto, and the steward Lowenhart, you say? This does not surprise me. Yes, I had considered them all exceptionally suspicious from the start. With the Lapis Maiden in danger, we cannot afford a moment's delay, for I, Hildibrand, shall have our thief in shackles before the Inspector returns. Fear not, friend. The Inspector shall be none the wiser. Ha 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 ha! If he had hoped to nab the fiend for himself, he should not have simplified the task for me so. Ah, there is one of our suspects standing suspiciously under that canopy over there. Just you wait, fiend. I shall rip the mask from your face and reveal you for the rogue that you are. Stand back, friend. The man we pursue is a criminal mastermind. The merest slip of the tongue could put our case, nay, our very lives in danger. But have no fear. Miss Ellie, ready your quill, that you might record my every word as I employ the time-honored art of parley, handed down from Manderville men of ages past to reveal our foe.
I can think of a few topics that would interest my readers less than your blatherings. Just catch the thief so I can have my story, would you? Hey, don't worry, Inspector. I brought my quill and journal too. Your adoring fans won't miss a word.
Capital. This is why you are my favorite assistant, Nashu. Now, behold as I ensnare our prey with a web of words, leading to its inevitable demise. Good morning, Master Gugarugamu, and a fine morning it must be, for you most of all. Allow me to offer my most heartfelt congratulations on your betrothal to the enchanting Miss Arabella.
What is this nonsense? Arabella is my daughter, you... Just who in the seven hells are you anyway? A guards! A guards!
I do declare, now hold your chocobos, Gugarugamu. I recognize this young lad yonder here. This is Hildibrand, agent of enquiry and inspector extraordinaire. Come to save the lovely lass from the clutches of the phantom thief, have ye? I reckon we owe our man our gratitude. Eh, Vans?
Phantom thief? Balderdash and rot, if you bloody ask me. And that said, my betrothed must be quite the beauty indeed. Gosh, to have such rumors told about her. Perhaps she's worthy of me after all. Ha 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 ha! He exudes an unusual degree of confidence for such an effete, fashion-challenged youth. Most suspicious.
He's a damn sight easier on the eyes than you.
Ha ha! I do declare that is Vans, ever calm in the face of danger. Truly his father's son.
A worthy heir to the Bruguer Consortium, and a worthy match for my daughter, I must say. Yes, I foresee many years of prosperity for our families. Or family, I should say. Oh, oh. Which reminds me, Master Vans. Arabella asked me to convey her gratitude with you for the golden clasp you sent some months ago. It has not left her neck since that day.
That little trinket? 'Twas nothing. Tell your daughter the greatest treasure in the realm will be hers once we're bloody wed. Oh, gosh.
The time-honored Manderville art of parley? We be sleeping with the fishes now, had Morgant not spoken up on your behalf. That said, nothing about the interactions between the three struck me as particularly unnatural.
Let us not rush to conclusions, Miss Ellie. a gentleman fancies a more methodical approach. Yes, everything is proceeding according to my master plan.
Whoops! I was supposed to be taking this down, wasn't I? Everything is proceeding according to my master plan.
I sought only to earn the trust of the families before confronting Yalto Notel and Lowenhart, who have aroused my suspicion from the start. Come, we have a thief to apprehend.
Well, I'm not saying your fucking faces around here with the East Aldenard Trading Company, are ye?
Why, yes, good sir. Very much with them. Some might even say we are the East Aldenard Trading Company. Oh, ho, ho, ho.
Well, that's fucking great! Pleasure to meet you, cunts. Now do tell, is the Lapis Maiden as lovely as they say? Sinana here is no slouch herself, but like me, she's getting on in her fucking years. No offence, cunt. But where are me fucking manners? Yalto Noto, the Bruguer Consortium, and this is me fucking wife, Sinana. I look forward to many profitable dealings with you and yours in the moons and many years to come. I dare say this wedding and the joining together of our family businesses, it couldn't be happening at a better time. What with all the manner of fell beasts and beastmen taking our wares, fucking about. Just the other day, a shipment of imported foodstuffs was waylaid by the Mandragoras. Nasty little buggers, the lot of them. If I were 20 years younger, I'd dice them up myself and make some fucking haggis! What's that? Oh, you have heard of the Mandragoras, haven't ye?
But of course. I once spent a year honing body and mind with a fist of Rauger. My fellow monks and I would chant several hundred mantra whatsits a day.
And your food stores were occasionally raided by the ruthless bands of rogue vegetables known as the Mandragoras. Oui? Would you like it? Would it kill you to read the Mistral Eye and educate yourself from time to time? And a fearsome lot they are. Rumor has it they will not rest until every fruit or vegetable harvested for consumption has been freed from captivity. Why, they struck the larder here just days ago. Our supplies were decimated. Fear not, milady. I was able to arrange for an emergency shipment to replace the stolen produce. It arrived safely some time ago.
Alright, settle the fuck down, Sinana. Forgive me, wife. She's always saying how meat is bad for a figure. And with that, I better go prepare me fucking speech. Now fuck off!
Criminy! None of those three were suspicious in the least. But we must not give up hope, for lest he of many faces have the last laugh. Where there is a will, a gentleman shall find a way. Come, Nashu. We must move quickly, or the Lapis Maiden shall not be the only one who comes to harm.
You speak so fast, Inspector. The sign of a quick mind, I'm sure. Now, where was I? Give up hope. He of many faces will laugh last. The Lapis Maiden shall not be the only one to come to harm. Okay, I'm working here. I am not sure that captures the Inspector's intended meaning, but this is no time for us to be standing around. Inspector Briardien will be back any moment now, and he is not the type to suffer excuses.
Quite so, Miss Ellie. Fortunately, I have a plan. Let us investigate the foodstuffs of which Master Lowenhart spoke. Should we find any contradictions in his testimony, we can consider the man to be a prime suspect. Inspector Briardien will be back before long. Come, Nashu. This is no time to delay. Crates of assorted foodstuff. A veritable host of luscious-looking coconuts. It appears that our man Lowenhart spoke true? Ye gads! Are those explosives I spy concealed amongst these coconuts? Perhaps I spoke in haste. It would appear we have found our phantom thief after all.
Hey! Oh! Those are mine, Inspector! I was looking for a place to set him down, you see. And those coconuts were looking awfully lonely.
Nashu, far be it from me to cast doubt on your choice of hobbies, but what in the name of the 12 would possess you to bring your creations to investigation?
Well, They were so helpful in jogging your memory that one time, and I just thought, does this mean you won't be needing this piece of driftwood either?
Your enthusiasm is always admirable, Nashu, but in this event, I fear it was somewhat misdirected. Now, set that driftwood down there and concentrate on taking your notes like the astute assistant you are. I say, we are most fortunate that confounding Inspector Briardien is otherwise occupied at the moment. Were he to chance upon this scene, he would veritably explode in a rage. Now, let us dispose of these things before an errant ember sends us all to a fiery demise.
Confounding Inspector Briardien. Explode a fiery demise. I got it! Are you, sure about that? Sacre bleu! Do not look now, but someone has returned at the absolute worst possible time! You two were supposed to be keeping an eye on the suspects and staying out of trouble, yes? The inspector will have a fit if he sees you here.
But, Miss Ellie, should Inspector Briardien come across these explosives, the consequences will be even more dire.
Sebby and I will see that the inspector keeps a wide berth of this beach. You two just get the fuck out of here and be quick about it.
Quick thinking, Miss Ellie. Come, Nashu. We shall return for your creations once Inspector Briardien has been led safely from the scene. Investigation calls us, and we must heed its cry.
So, Hildibrand has managed thus far not to destroy anything. Consider me something almost resembling impressed. Aha, indeed. But enough about Hildibrand. Sebby and I have been waiting to hear your latest series. We shall go somewhere quiet and, an excellent idea, Miss Ellie. Ah, yes, that spot just over there by the crates should suffice. There of all places? Surely we can find somewhere more scenic. I am not here on vacation. I am here to solve a case. Besides, we cannot afford to have our conversation overheard. That junk-littered beach should afford us some welcome privacy. Oui, Inspector. Privacy. Indeed. Shit. Don't worry, Sebby. I shall figure out some way to lead him clear of the bombs. Sacre bleu. Is it just me? Or is there a bit of a chill in the air? Perhaps we should go somewhere warm. I, for one, welcome respite from the sweltering heat. Besides, this will not take long. If you insist, Inspector. Oh, shit. Through the questioning of a brass blade attacked by our quarry, I have identified 3 individuals most likely to be our thief in disguise. To wit, Morgant, Yalton Noto, and Lowenhart. The 3 of us shall split up, with each of us keeping a watch over... I say, are the 2 of you even listening? Of course we are. Beg pardon, Inspector. You look unwell, Miss Ellie. Perhaps you are right. I, too, feel a chill wind flowing in. Perhaps we should continue our conversation elsewhere. But there is no need. Wait here, and I shall build us a fire.
Aha! Methinks the inspector has taken leave of his senses. The chance of locating suitable kindling on these barren shores is infinitesimal.
Here we are. This piece of driftwood should serve perfectly. And as fortune would have it, I just happen to have a flint stone on my person.
Oh, shit. There is no cause for alarm. 'Tis not blood that courses through the inspector's veins, but ice. I could not fathom a series of events that would lead such a calm and composed individual to lose his firm grip on that fiery torch.
Hey, that's a remarkable insight, Inspector. I must record these words for posterity. Hey, it's flying! Shit. I say, what have we here? Everything is proceeding according to my master plan?
Ruh-roh.
Could this be another challenge from the fiend? Nani? Surely you jest, Inspector. It looks nothing like his usual cards, you see. Doubtless, it's just the idle ravings of some madman. Perhaps so, but we must exercise due caution. Ah, there are 2 more pages. Yeah. Give up hope. He of many faces will laugh last. It is not the Lapis Maiden alone that shall come to harm. It is more direct than his previous challenges, but there can be no doubt as to the sender. But what is this talk of another victim? The final page holds the answer, no doubt. The final page? Confounding Inspector Briardien will meet a fiery demise. Yeah.
Doi.
Yeah. That's you!
Oh, shit. NANI?!
You saw through the fiend's ruse. But how? Let us call it, reporter's intuition. Are you hurt? A ringing in my ears, but otherwise no worse for the wear. You
You have my gratitude. Hildibrand Manderville, were you able to learn anything of the fiend who made this ignoble attempt on my life?
I exhausted every effort, Inspector, and yet I fear our quarry proves ever elusive.
Excellent. I might have died of shock if you had. At any rate, our foe has revealed himself as no mere thief, but a madman who will resort to cold-blooded murder. We must redouble our vigilance, lest the others come to harm.
Vigilance. Ah, yes, vigilance is the order of the day.
What in the name of the gods? Athar is a thief! Those vegetables cost a fortune, and they are ruined! Ruined! Agent of inquiry, more like agent of injury and incompetence. You are to replace the supplies that you destroyed before the banquet begins, or I will see the entire lot of you rot in the jail, mamma mia!
What was that terrible explosion coming from the beach? Is everyone safe?
Fear not. The fiend's artless attempt on my life has been thwarted. Sadly, your food supply did not escape unscathed. Master Gugarumu bids that the damaged ingredients must be replaced with all speed.
Oh, good gods! This is no thief. This is a madman. As for those replacing the ingredients, I fear that will prove a difficult task. Those crates contain imported vegetables of considerable rarity, you see. Vegetables that are in particularly short supplies these days. What with the mandragoras at large? Even if I were to place the order immediately, it would likely take days to arrive.
The mandragoras? I have heard of that fell band. But tell me, what manner of vegetables did they steal?
The rarest was an import from the Far East. I do not recall the name, but it very closely resembled the Eotian dragon pepper, save for its color, which was a deep purple.
Methinks you dost worry too much, Master Lowenheart. Our course of action is clear. We need only storm into the den of these overgrown weeds and steal your precious purple dragon peppers right back.
I would advise against that, Inspector. These are no ordinary mandragoras, but rather a bloodthirsty band of killers given succulent flesh. Even the brass blades of the Gerber proved unable to resist them.
Oh, a formidable foe indeed. Were only there a brave soul in our midst with a want for taking on fearsome enemies and not a shred of concern for his own well-being, Your eyes, friend, they speak to me. They say, I, yes I, shall vanquish these rogue vegetables and deliver the purloined goods back to their rightful owner.
You are truly a godsend, adventurer. One Sundimal for the Yellow Jackets has been charged with defending the roads from the Mandragoras. If anyone would have knowledge of their current whereabouts, it would be him. Without those ingredients, Master Gugarugamu is likely to cook me instead. Please, friend, you're my only hope.
A gentleman would never let his comrade face danger alone. Let us away to Limsa together.
How the fuck are ye? If you come for the fucking mandragoras, I fear you're half about too late. As were we. Fuck's sake. To hear the poor merchant tell it, no sooner had he opened his cargo to hold a check on the shipment of the vegetables, a fucking onion turned on him, screeching bloody murder. Fled his own vessel in sheer terror, he did. By the time he came to his senses, he fucking set sail without him. That merchant left for Aleport, hoping to recoup his losses. If you've a mind to go after the culprits, you might lend an ear to his sad tale.
Ah, is the thrill of the chase not invigorating, friend? The ferry docked by Fisherman's Bottoms will carry us to Aleport. Let us be swiftly on our way.
Arr! Don't sneak up on me like that. I thought you were a feral turnip, a murderous eggplant, or something like that. Think I jest, do ye?
You'd be singing a different tune if a shot of tomato juice almost took out your eye, as it did mine. Me eye! By the time I'd regained me wits, they'd already set sail with me ship and me livelihood. I'm ruined! Ruined! If I ever see, can you get out of the fucking way, you fucking pig? I'm ruined! Ruined! If I ever see another bleeding onion to the end of my days, it'll be too soon, arr!
That wasn't my fault.
Arr! To hear most say it, the Mandragoras are a nasty lot. A right pain in the ass to farmers and provisioners the realm over. But let me tell ye, friend, that ain't the least of it. Freeing their fellow Franz from our larders and tables is but the beginning. The bulbous blackguards have a far grander scheme. Revolution. Madness, you say? Well, take a ferry to the Isles of Umbra and see with your own eyes. A veritable vegetable kingdom where eggplants and turnips rule with an iron fist. This muscle-bound fellow with the dim expression, I could swear I've seen his face somewhere before. Well, fuck me in the scrotum, if it ain't the undead overlord what fancies himself a gentleman inspector. Which would make you... could it be? The adventurer what bested the thieving duelist in single combat? Well, bugger me sideways and fuck me in the arsehole, I'm sorry. Well, bugger me and call me inspector. Tell me, is it true that the duelist traveled with a demon bird whose crow could split the heavens? But that's neither here nor there. Look, I don't know about you, but I ain't so keen on the notion of calling a bloody tomato your grace. And that's exactly the fate that we're in for if we don't nip this revolution in the bud. And I mean that literally. As we speak, the Mandragoras are planting themselves a whole army of their own kind in the Isles of Umbra. You'd be doing the whole realm a favor if you could go there and uproot them before the harvest comes.
Many a case I've solved in my day, but I have not matched wits with sentient plant life before. This should prove to be quite exhilarating. To the Isles of Umbra, let's go! What am I supposed to do with this? What am I supposed to do with this, man? Vegetable noises. Oh, this shouldn't be so hard. Friend, my pursuit of the Mandragoras has led me beneath the surface. Yes, they must be down here, somewhere. Level sync, motherfuckers.
Gomo no! Noctis! Whop! Strike! Apa! Apa! Muda! Muda!
Impeccably fought, my friend. I only wish I had seen the battle with my own two eyes. You may go on ahead to Costa del Sol. I shall be along as soon as I extricate myself.
You return! I feared you might end up as a tasty snack for a crazed head of cabbage. The stolen foodstuffs! You've saved my hide today, but I must see if these purple dragon peppers are intact. Master Gugarugamu is quite particular about his seasonings. Hey, can I come too? I ain't never seen no purple dragon pepper before.
That wild vegetable chase was a pleasant diversion, but it's time that we return to the case. Now, there must be some clue that yet eludes us.
Hey, the peppers have changed color.
What's this? Peppers that possess the same powers of disguise as our many-faced foe? A gentleman must needs investigate.
A striking shade of blue, quite far from the purple that Master Lowenheart described. Perhaps we've recovered the wrong crate. Hey, but look here, Inspector. The crate is clearly marked for Costa del Sol. How curious. Did I say purple? I meant a purplish blue or a bluish purple. The two colors are really quite similar when you think about it. These peppers have a most distinctive hue. No man could reasonably mistake it for any shade of purple. Unless, of course, he was wearing a very particular sort of eyewear at the time. Meh.
Aha! The charade is up! After that man! It is as I suspected all along. The goggles have proven the key in cracking the case. With speed, Nashu! That fiend must be brought to justice! I'm Noctis, and I take selfies. You can run, but you cannot... Oh. Shit.
I'm walking here.
And me too. Aha! If you thought you could outsprint this Manderville man, you were sorely mistaken. For pilfering a priceless blade, threatening a maiden's virtue, and untold crimes against the law-abiding citizens of Eorzea, I, Hildibrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, hereby place you under arrest.
Done in by a snipper. A fitting end for an ignoble thief. Let's see what lies behind the mask. Ah, where am I? Who are you?
Aha! Playing the fool will avail you naught. I suggest you come willingly. A gentleman is not given to violence, but should you attempt to resist, I disavow responsibility for any shattered skulls and broken bones.
Wait. Yes, I remember now. I was on my way to meet with Miss Arabella when... Miss Arabella! I must find her at once! Oh, my head! Oh, gosh. I say, it would seem that this man wears no mask. This is the true Lowenheart. I swear on my life it is so. I was en route to the estate in Wineport when one of the brass blades on patrol approached me. We exchanged greetings, and in the next instant, he turned on me. I fought desperately to defend myself, even managing to drive a kitchen knife into the man's right hand. In the end, though, he proved too strong for me. Hey, now that you mention it, the imposter was wearing gloves. I knew there was something suspicious about him. There is still time before the banquet begins. Knowing our quarry, he's doubtless already assumed a new identity. And yet, he could not have foreseen this turn of events. It is unlikely that he had the time to thoroughly research his new target. More importantly, we now know that the thief suffered a wound to his right hand. We need simply return to Costa del Sol and examine the hands of all at present. An excellent plan, Inspector. And while you do so, we shall accompany Lowenheart back to the estate that we might ensure Miss Arabella's safety.
I found you, my little ones. Let me guess. You seethe with the anger at those which took from you what was yours. then it would appear that our goals are in accord. Make for Costa del Sol. Await my orders. When the time is right, revenge will be yours. The game is afoot, inspectors. Hello. I mean, goodbye. See you later. Now, what mask will I wear to the ball?
Miss Arabella, what are you doing out here? You must return to the estate at once. I do declare, Lowen, you always were the warrior. Your concern is touching, but I am a woman grown. Besides, I just wanted to see these flowers.
Lovely that these flowers might be, they are as unsightly weeds when measured against your beauty. I am Hildibrand, agent of enquiry, inspector extraordinaire. But please, call me Hildy.
The pleasure is all mine, my lord. Much have I heard of your deeds. But tell me, are these rumors of a many-faced thief to be true?
I fear that they are, Miss Arabella, but still your gentle heart. For as long as Hildibrand is on the case, the fiend shall not lay a twisted finger upon you. This I swear on the Manderville name.
The gods do smile upon me indeed, to send such a strong and handsome gentleman as my champion. And yet, a sigh. You seem pensive, milady. Is something the matter? To tell you the truth, this marriage has been arranged against my wishes. I do not love Vans. Why, I have not even met the man. He sent me this clasp as a betrothal gift, a treasure for my treasure. Wear it always, the message said. I don't care how beautiful it is. It might as well be a golden shackle. Miss Arabella, you must not say such things.
An arranged marriage to a youth you have not even met? My God, that is unconscionable.
Father says this marriage must happen. That is for the future of the family trade. Spoken like a true Udan. But if I might be so bold, milady, would I be correct in assuming that you and your father are not related by blood? I do declare that is quite so. Father found me amongst the beggars on Pearl Lane when I was just a wee babe. He took me in and raised me as his own. He took Lowen in as well, though as a servant rather than a son. You might think Father a cold and miserly man, but to me, he is the man who gave me warmth and hope where I had none. I will learn to love Vans, if that will make Father happy.
You cannot be serious, Miss Arabella. You are a beautiful young woman with your whole life ahead of you. Surely you would not have to look far as to find a gentleman with whom you would rather spend the rest of your days.
If I have to spend another hour with you, I am likely to lose my wits. But anyway, we shall return to Costa del Sol and see how the inspector's investigation fares. I do declare I must prepare for the banquet. Farewell, my friends.
We've not a moment to lose, my friend. The time of our final confrontation with the fiend is nigh. Our foe has doubtless assumed a new identity, but have no fear. Upon our return to Costa del Sol, I shall employ the time-tested Manderville art of parley to cut through the fiend's flimsy facade. 'Tis an art that I would impart to you as well, my friend, though there will be time enough for that once our foe is in shackles and Miss Arabella is safe. No doubt it shall prove as invaluable in your adventures as it has in my investigations, or failing that, serve to entertain you when you have nothing better else to do. But I digress. A gentleman must away to Costa del Sol. The fair maiden's life hangs in the balance. Nashu, Miss Ellie, with me. Inspector Briardien, I have seen to the maiden's safety. Miss Arabella will be along soon. But how fares your investigation?
I've canvassed the grounds, but none of the guests are concealing their hands. How can this be? The thief must be somewhere.
Miss Arabella just left her estate, I hear. I suppose we'll find out soon enough if her beauty is truly a match for our own.
There's no time. Without the thief in custody, we cannot risk allowing Miss Arabella to take the stage. But Inspector, Vans and his family will not take kindly to his betrothed's absence. That is none of my concern. Besides, doubtless the inspector here will think of something.
Me? What do you propose?
You're the expert at creating diversions. Can't you just knock something over, blow something up, or the like? You know, what you always do.
Inspector Briardien, I knew the day would come that you recognized my many talents. Worry not about Master Vans. Yes, for the sake of the maiden, a gentleman will do what must needs be done.
The poor sop lacks the wits even to know when he's being insulted. Now, to the task at hand. We must find a way to conceal Miss Arabella's true identity. Not far from here are the servants' quarters. There should be a change of clothes lying about. Perfect. Sebby, find some suitably ordinary garb and deliver it to Miss Arabella outside the gates. I shall proceed with the investigation.
Has the Lapis maiden arrived yet? I simply must look upon her beauty myself. The servant's garb, you say? I much prefer what you're wearing, but we certainly have enough rags to go around. Here you go. Do with them as you please.
I do declare, what is this that you have for me? Servant's garb? But why? Miss Arabella, with the thief still at large, the risk of letting you be seen is too great. Change into those clothes and promise that you will not leave my sight. But the ceremony, Father will be furious. And Lord Vans, we are dealing with a man who tried to blast me to the heavens and almost succeeded. We cannot exercise enough caution. As for the ceremony, I have entrusted the matter to a certain gentleman. You need only concern yourself with your own safety.
We should do as the inspector says, Miss Arabella. Your life is more important than this marriage, or whatever profits your father gains to stand from it. I'm sorry I messed up that line.
Loan, if Father heard you say such things...
I should have said them long ago. By not doing so, I have put your life in danger. But besides, we have not one, but two skilled inspectors on the case. It will not be long until the fiend is brought to justice.
Very well. I shall retreat to the carriage. Pray, wait for me there. My apologies for the delay. What should I do with my banquet dress, Inspector? Sebby, bring Miss Arabella's dress to that bumbling inspector. I dare not speculate as how he intends to see to his task, but I would imagine he requires all the help he can get. Now, let us return before the festivities begin.
Ah, you return. Me? I was in the act of formulating a master plan to distract Master Vans at the ceremony. Is there something I might do for you? Why, this is Miss Arabella's dress? I must admit to some confusion as to what to do with it. But worry not. I shall take it into safekeeping. And with that, I must attend to Master Vans before the ceremony begins. Worry not, my friend. I assure you that Inspector Briardien and I have the situation entirely under control. Why not find yourself a seat and enjoy the festivities?
Curses! How am I supposed to find my man with all these people milling about?
Friends! Family!
cunts! It's an honor and a fucking pleasure to welcome one and all to Costa del Sol for today's feast. Co-hosted by the Bruguière Consortium and the East Aldenard Trading Company.
We trust that you have been enjoying fine food, fine spirits, and profitable conversation.
The Lapis Maiden, if even half the tales of her beauty are true, Vans is the luckiest bastard in the realm. Yalto Noto, Sinana, honored guests. I do declare it is a great pleasure to announce the betrothal of my son, Vans, a future chair of the Bruguière Consortium, to Arabella, daughter of Master Gugarugamu of the East Aldenard Trading Company. The couple will exchange their eternal vows here today, that the happiness that is theirs may usher in a new era of prosperity for one and all. Yes, bravo! Ladies and gentlemen, may I present my son's lovely bride, the Lapis Maiden, whose beauty minstrels will sing for ages to come.
Oh, damn you, Hildibrand Manderville! You had one job! She's beautiful!
Huh. Were the rabble expecting otherwise? She's my bride, after all. Milady, they say that your beauty transcends even the boundaries of time. When we are wed, you will want for nothing. Pray, give your bloody hand to me, gosh.
My sun and stars. Yes, yes, 1,000 times yes. I am yours and shall be forevermore.
What the bloody blazes have you done with my bride, you cross-dressing deviant?
Oh, shit. Not quite what I had intended, but I suppose it serves our purposes.
Fear not, ladies and gentlemen, for Miss Arabella is safe and sound. I, Hildibrand, Agent of Enquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, have but assumed the maiden's appearance to ensnare the vile fiend who would take aim at her life. The fiend who now lies defenselessly before me. The game is up, Vans, or shall I call you by another name? The Thief of Many Faces.
Me? The thief? Are you bloody mad?
It appears that my masterful deductions have proved beyond the grasp of your mind. Very well. Allow me to elucidate. While there is not a soul in the realm who has not heard the tales of Miss Arabella's beauty, there are but 2 men here in Costa del Sol who had gazed upon her lovely visage before today. Her father, Gugarugamu, and her steward, Lowenhart. As you yourself have admitted on multiple occasions, Master Vans, you were to have your first glimpse of your bride-to-be today. Considered in this light, would you not say your reaction upon seeing my face was most unnatural? Who else could see through my ingenious disguise? Who could know at a glance that I was not the fair maiden? None save you, ye of 1,000 faces.
And anyone else with half their wits about them! Oh, blast! How dare you make a mockery of me on my bloody wedding day? Guards, arrest that pervert at once! Lock him up in jail and throw away the bloody key! Arabella? Oh, thank the bloody gods you're safe. Come with me quickly.
There's a dangerous madman about.
A glove on his right hand. Could it be?
The man is a fool, but it would have behooved you to listen to him. Alas, you did not, and what is yours is now mine.
That is the thief! Stop wasting your time with that imbecile and arrest him! Mamma mia!
So crap. You came all this way? For me? You love me. You really, really love me.
Nani!
The attention is most flattering, but I've taken what I came for, and now I must away. Milords, miladies, till we meet again.
I hear that the real Vance was found bound and gagged in a storage room. Truly, Miss Arabella, I am sorry. Désolé.
For what, milady? That banquet was more exciting than anything I could have ever hoped for. Van and his father were furious, of course, and our marriage has been called off. But perhaps it's for the best. I would find my own way to make father happy by living my life as I would live it. It's you, Inspector Hildibrand, who taught me this lesson.
Jesus Christ.
For the love of gods, somebody find him a change of clothes! But one thing still puzzles me. The thief Challenge said he would steal the lapis maiden's virtue, yet, in the end, he only took her neck piece. Now that you mention it, Master Guga Rugamu told me about the clasp when it first arrived. Engraved with the mark of the Sun Goddess, it is one of the most treasured pieces from the Bruguer collection, known by many as Azima's virtue. I say, the maiden's virtue indeed. When the next challenge comes, we must take extra care to read between the lines.
Oh my god.
Over here, Inspector. It says, Major Lock.
Nandato?
The fiend plays us for fools. Give it to me at once. When next we meet, I shall claim the victor's spoils. Another riddle. If nothing else, it appears that the thief has abandoned any foolish notions of my assassination. Still, we must ever be on guard. The fiend attempted murder once. He may very well do so again.
Verily, Inspector, I must agree. One can never be too wary when dealing with a murderer.
Hear me, man of 1,000 faces. You sealed your fate when you called me out by name. Mark my words, when next we meet, you will be mine.
Yes, it was the Phantom Thief who was to blame for that bomb. Truly, verily, and indubitably the Phantom Thief. Most certainly. The victor goes to a priceless treasure, while the smile of a champion holds secrets unfold. Are 8 legs better than 2? Can a Manderville man triumph over terrors and win the day? Hildibrand will return in the Colosseum Conundrum.
The key to the next case is also the key to the storeroom. Be sure not to lose it. Wait a minute. It's a real key and a figurative one? At the same time? Hey, is that even possible? Yeah, we'll find out next time. I'm walking here. Sebby, I was wondering when you would show up. I've got the latest scoop on the victor spoils that our many-faced friend has set his sights on. Have you visited the Colosseum of late? There's a tourney in the works. It's looking to be a big one. The Mithril Cup, sponsored by none other than Amagina and Sons Mineral Concern. They say the Master Fugesse will be furnishing the prizes himself from his personal collection. Such wonder it's captured the attention of Mr. Sticky Fingers. You are familiar with the concern, oui? It is only the largest mining interest in the Sultanate after all. It's so large I even fucked up that line. The shaman, Master Fugesse, sits on the syndicate and possesses such wealth that the rumor has it he could buy half the realm if he so chose to. He's also renowned for being something of a martial arts enthusiast. With his position affording him little opportunity to test his skills, he settles for living vicariously through the exploits of others. Hence, his sponsorship of tournaments like the Mithril Cup. My colleague Ganelon is in Uda covering the tourney as we speak. If we were to track him down, I bet he'd be able to give us something to get our investigation started.
Ha ha, I am French.
What? I'm a busy man. If you're looking for small talk, I'll suggest you look elsewhere.
No need to be rude, Ganelon. He's a friend of mine. Now, what say you share your latest findings with us? I promise I will make it worth your while.
Ellie? Well, fuck me. If it ain't the Mithril Eyes star reporter. What? Come to have a laugh at Ganelon's expense before returning to pen your latest front page feature? Well, alright. Look, just promise you'll put in a good word for me with the higher-ups, okay? Look, let me tell you this. There's strange things afoot at the Colosseum. With mere days left before the Mithril Cup, a staggering number of would-be combatants have withdrawn,
citing a host of, curious ailments and injuries. With a list of entrants shrinking by the day, the organisers have been forced to abandon the elimination format in favour of a mass melee between what few battlers remain. The Phantom Thieves Challenge! Gladiators dropping like flies? No, this is no mere coincidence. I would speak to the individual in charge of the event. Where might I find him? Though the concern sponsors the tourney, the day-to-day organisational duties are being handled by a fellow of the name of Dower Meadow. He should be in the office with the Colosseum's halls. I'll send word to the gateman, Yu Buyer. He owes the Mithril Eye a favour or two, if you know what I fucking mean. Splendid! Come, Sebby, we have got a case to crack! Hooah! You're from the Mithril Eye, you say? Then by all means, you are free to enter, 'cause I'm Al Pacino. I am Ellie, reporter for the Mithril Eye. Never blinking, all-seeing. You know the deal, yes? And you must be Dower Meadow. I was hoping I could ask a few questions about the upcoming tourney.
Hey, who am I to argue with free publicity? And from a charming little thing like yourself? Ask me anything. That said, between the challenge of that so-called Phantom Thief and these now bizarre attacks targeting the fighters, our tourney's already the talk of the town. Not that you'll see me complaining, provided someone's still left to fight, that is. You're free to investigate as you wish, but you'd be smart to exercise some caution. Needless to say, recent events have everyone here a bit on edge. Just moments ago, one fighter almost took off another's head for insulting the color of his looks like we got ourselves another... Wait a minute. Those two aren't in the entry books.
And our challenger unleashes a vicious right hook as the gentleman inspector was channeling his strength for the next attack. Ladies and gentlemen, we got our winner! Inspector Briardien! As efficient as ever!
True, gentlemen. Eschews violence. Inspector.
You were thinking. It annoyed me. Dower Meadow, I presume. Tell me everything you can about the prizes for this tournament, and try to be brief.
I was wondering when you might ask. Master Fergice has spared no expense in making the Mithril Cup the most lucrative tournament this Colosseum's ever seen. The victor will receive a true treasure from his collection, the Warden's Grace, a ring fitted with the largest sun sphere you'll find outside the Cairn. The second and third places are nothing to sneeze at either. I don't care how many faces he's got. We got nothing to fear from this thief. The concern has hired an elite regiment of stone torchers to watch over the vault, day and night.
Yes, just as the brass blades were so successful in stopping the thief last time. If you want your treasures safe, go fetch them and bring them to me. And be quick about it. I haven't got all day.
I'm afraid I can't do that, Inspector. After all, what proof do I have that you're not Mr. Many Faces and just another one of his elaborate get-ups? No, if you want to get your hands on the spoils, you'll have to claim them as anyone else would. In battle. As a matter of fact, with the ranks thinned as they are, we're actively recruiting new competitors. The more the merrier, and the more lucrative at that. Ha! Ha ha! Ha ha! Now, where'd our receptionist get off to? Hey, over here, you slimy bastard. We got some fresh blood for the melee.
Oh, give me a bloody moment, will ya? I've only got 8 arms. Or were they legs? You called? I was just about to give the lovely Miss Avila the grand tour.
Inspector Hildibrand! Look! He's purple!
Astute as ever, Nashu. This color, this overabundance of appendages. I smell a case. That's just my receptionist, Ultros. Don't be startled now. He's an ugly little bugger, but he's friendly enough. Word has it he was one of the many bizarre creations born from a recent experiment with ancient incantations at the Thaumaturge's Guild. They were gonna seal him away in a hole in the desert with all the others, but then he opened his slobbering mouth and started pleading for his life. I just want to live in peace, I'll do anything, anything! So the management hired him to perform odd jobs about the Colosseum. And I'm bloody glad they did. I'll tell you cunts, this job ain't glamorous, but it's sure got its perks. Oh, what a delicious morsel. I want to get more tentacles around her. Oh, yeah. Yeah, baby.
I don't know who you are or where you hail from, and I don't care. If you dare challenge me, my Tempest blade will show you no mercy. You can forget about your case, Inspector. There is only one who will claim the victor's spoils, and that is me.
I just love when she talks tough, mate. Sorry. Now who's the chump who wants to get a pummeling by my lovely little army?
Okay.
Though a gentleman takes far more pride in rescuing fair damsels than fighting them, I fear we have little recourse. For I, Hildibrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, shall do what must be done to...
Sebbywebz will be entering the tournament on my behalf.
Nani? Sebbywebz? Yeah, you look like a Webs. Well, bum me with a spear. To think I'd see the day when a warrior of light stood in my Colosseum. You hear that clink, clink, clanking? That's the sound of Guild pouring into our coffers when the public finds out that a true Eortstian hero will be stepping into the ring to fight for the Mithril Cup. And I reckon your friend can tag along. Show him where to sign up, Ultros.
With Sebby, I suppose we have as good a chance as any. Now, we just need to make sure he does not come down with some, curious injury. The gladiatrix, Avila, was it? She seemed quite certain of her chances at victory. Suspiciously certain, I might say.
Aha! I'm already 10 steps ahead of you, Inspector. That Ultros fellow seemed most knowledgeable about Miss Avila. Come, Nashu. The investigation is afoot.
As much as that sounds like an amazingly productive line of investigation, might I suggest that our first priority is to keep Sebby here safe. Let us return to Ganelon and see what else he can tell us of these mysterious attacks on the combatants. Very well. I shall leave that task to you. I have a lead of my own to investigate. Should you uncover any new information, I trust you will share it with me at first opportunity.
Oh, si, senor.
You again? I fucking told you. Wait a minute. Enter the bloody tournament, you say? Are you out of your bleeding mind? Look, I got a suspicion or two, which I'm happy to share with you. But in the end, you gotta protect yourself, you fucking minge. Look, I've been asking around, alright? It seems that more than a few of the fighters who pulled out of the tournament were scheduled to fight a warrior by the name of, Avila. Now, I can't make any promises, but my instincts tell me this girl is bad news. But don't take it from me when you can hear it from someone who crossed blades with her just 2 bloody days ago. A fellow by the name of Raging Rat had the misfortune of being matched up with Avila in the preliminary round. Earned himself a right bruising from it all. Last I heard, he was resting up back at the Pugilist Guild. Why don't you go and pay him a fucking visit?
Come to have a good laugh at old Raging Rat's expense, have you? Well, you ain't the first. I say, is there no man in the entire realm with an ounce of sympathy?
Greetings, good sir. How fortunate you are today that your guest is Hildibrand Manderville, gentleman and inspector. Now, if you would, please enlighten me as to how exactly it was that you were beaten to a bloody pulp by Miss Avila?
Gentlemen, my ass, have you not a whit of delicacy? Never mind. Look, the records might say I lost, but I'll admit to nothing of the sort. I'll shout it at the top of my lungs if no one else will. That girl does not fight fair. Tempest Blade? Some kind of foul sorcery, if you ask me. But mark my words, that girl is up to no good. If she weren't so damn easy on the eyes, she'd be rotting in jail as we speak. That girl's an Alamegan, or haven't you heard? You know how it is with those damn refugees. Why fight with honor when you got nothing to lose?
Oui, and why not disparage an entire people in a pathetic attempt to salvage your sorry pride? This one's a real piece of work, Sebby. Let's be on our way.
I didn't mean no offense, miss. I'm just telling it like it is, as it were.
Hey, perhaps it really is sorcery, as the fellow says. Or, maybe she's working with an accomplice. She didn't strike me as a magic-wielding type. If I was a betting woman, I'd put my gill on the latter.
Ah, Miss Ellie, the thrill of the chase has struck a chord with you as well. Yes, I can see it in the wrinkles beneath your eyes. We might well make an inspectress of you yet.
I'll give you a wrinkle, you insensitive boor! Ahem. If what this man says is true, it's likely that her fellow Alamegans might sympathize with her plight. An accomplice would hardly be out of the question.
Yes, I can see it now. Two unfortunate souls, shunned by those around them, united by destiny and a common desire for justice. Ample appendages whirling wildly, sending gusts of wind every which way. Avila and Ulti, a match made in the heavens. Were it any more obvious, I could have solved this case without leaving my home.
Incredible! Your powers of deduction never fail to amaze, Inspector. What is it with you and that infernal octopus?
Mr. Ultros should be at the Colosseum. Let us hurry before he slithers back to whencesoever he came. Shh, friend, and look over yonder. Behold those exquisite legs, those stylish tentacles, the unearthly undulations of his squirmy, squishy body. Yes, our friend Ulti is a most fascinating creature indeed. Behold how he carefully eyes the gladiatrix before him. What manner of mischief is he plotting? He speaks! Yes, this is most suspicious indeed. Whoa, what's this? The girl has fled in panic. Our friend Ulti appears to be discouraged. Look at the way his shoulders sag, or how they would sag if he had shoulders. Our quarry is on the move. Quickly, Nashu, we must pursue.
Hey, Mr. Ulti seems to have found himself another gladiatrix. What do you think he's plotting this time? Look at those succulent legs. I reckon they taste just wonderful in a good marinara sauce. Marinara sauce. Hey, wait a minute. He speaks. And another goyle brushes off. What do you think he said to her? Aw, he looks so sad. Shall we douse him in lemon butter and put him out of his misery, Inspector? What do you think he's doing with these goyles anyway? Call me crazy, but I think he, likes them?
Poor, misunderstood Ulti. And here we suspected him of criminal activity, when in truth he was just a gentle soul luckless in love. Oh, Ulti, can you find it in your squishy, slimy heart to forgive us?
Oui. Now, perhaps we should return to our investigation. If Avila is as suspicious as they say, perhaps we should follow her around for a little bit. Dawntrail back at the Colosseum should be able to enlighten us as to her whereabouts.
An excellent idea, Miss Ellie, but I have a better one. Let us return to the Colosseum and speak with Dawntrail. From him, we shall ascertain Miss Avila's whereabouts, upon which we shall follow her about to see if she is indeed as suspicious as they say. Come, Nashu, the investigation calls.
Don't think your old Uncle Alty didn't see you following me. What's the big idea, eh? I'm nothing more than a stupid octopus. Or am I? Come now. I just want what any octopus wants. A cute girl, untold riches, and the admiration of millions. Can't your old Uncle Alty dream? Well, kids, hate to ink and run, but then again, I am an octopus. Hey, what is it this time? I'm a busy man. Looking for Avila, you say? She said something about sharing a flagon with her countrymen at the Coffer and Coffin. I reckon you might be able to find her there. I'll warn you, though, if you're smart, you'll keep your distance from that one. That poor bugger Ganelon tried to interview her for an article. Thought the girl was gonna rip his head clean off. How can I put this? She don't take kindly to being asked questions of a personal nature, if you catch my drift. That said, if you're looking for a good sparring match to warm you up for the tourney, this might be the ticket.
I can assure you there will be no need for gratuitous fisticuffs, my good sir. With my remarkable powers of espionage, we will ascertain all the information we need without the fiery lass even being alerted to our presence. So let us be off. I'm walking here. Behold, the lovely Miss Avila, just as predicted. Let us keep watch from here so as not to set off the girl's famed temper.
How many times must I tell you? There is no cause for concern. The spoil shall be mine. It may as well be writ in stone. Do you realize what this means? We have suffered and suffered long, but my victory shall mark a new era. Just as Robin Aldin won a new life for himself in the Colosseum, I shall win a new life for our people. The prize I shall claim will boast the wealth of our people 1,000, no, 10,000-fold. In a land where wealth is power, we will be kicked to the gutter by the Odans no longer. With that, I must be off to the Nanawa mines to meet my sister.
For my name a Borat, I'm sorry. Miss Avila's self-assurance is ever a sight to behold. I deduce that my own chances of felling her on the field of battle are infinitesimal.
I could have told you that before you signed up. Come now, we have a suspect to pursue.
Oh, yeah. Trying to steal a Vela from old Uncle Alty's tentacles, are ya? I'm afraid that ain't gonna happen. Oh, yeah. Uncle Alty's homemade explosives will see that this is the end of the road for you. Does that make me a bad octopus?
Ah, the distinctive smell of fire sand. Another one of your handcrafted explosives, I take it, Nashu.
Hey, heavens no, Inspector. This is far too elaborate to be one of mine. You think whoever crafted this would be willing to give me a lesson?
Oh, wait a minute. They're on to me? Well, fuck me. Could it be that musclehead isn't as dumb as he looks?
I see. In any event, I shudder to think what might happen if an unsuspecting passerby chanced upon such a hazardous object. Allow me. Heave ho!
Oh, fucking hell!
That maiden in mining garb must be the sister of whom Miss Avila spoke. Let us listen a little bit closer.
I thought we had agreed.
No hard labor until your leg is healed. I swear, sometimes I think you were born solely to give your poor sister headaches.
Says the girl who once fought off 10 Imperials with one good arm. Perhaps someday you'll understand your little sister can take care of herself just as well as you. Speaking of which, what news of the tournament?
Worry not, Elgalinar. I have taken all the necessary precautions. The Warden's grace, it's as good as ours. Even the most modest estimates value its worth at some 30 million gil. You realize what this means? Necklaces from Ishtames, sun-silk dresses, all the luxuries you ever wanted will be yours. The poor little girls in shabby clothes, objects of pity and scorn for the Odan upper class. Those days are over. After I claim victory, we will take our rightful place at the top of society.
I don't know, Avi. Wealth is good and all, but when I see you stand tall in the Colosseum, hundreds and thousands cheering your name, I am proud. No matter how humble our birth, if we stand strong and stand together, this alone is all the wealth I ask for.
That is your problem, Hedjalina. You have always been too quick to settle for less than you are worth. But worry not, for your sister is watching over you. I will do this. For us. But now, I must return. God forbid one of those prying reporters overhears us.
That's my Avi. Unfazed by a duel to the death, yet terrified to be caught in a moment of tenderness. May the gods smile on you, sister, and be safe.
A more moving display of sisterly love I have not seen. And yet I fear that it has afforded us little in the way of prospective clues.
It would seem that the Villa's obsession with victory runs even deeper than we imagined. That said, I cannot help but feel a bond with the girl. My sister and I were alone in the world too, you see. Hey, Inspector! Did you just hear what I heard?
Listen up, you cunts! Uncle Oldie has ended up to bloody here with you! Did you think you'd just fall in this pit and die like a good little boy? Oh, I'm talking to you, Mr. Warrior of Light. You hear that bloody sound? Just one step closer. One step closer. Not you, you bloody idiot! Oh, fuck! Ahem. No need for concern, friends. I have simply taken the liberty of investigating this hole in the ground, and I am pleased to report there seems to be nothing out of the ordinary.
Hero, shall we return to Uda? The Mr. Cup will be starting before long, and the last thing we wanted is to lose our bout by forfeit.
Could it be? Did that musclehead dive straight into my trap to save his companions? The others seem completely unsurprised by this turn of events. Doubtless he's performed such selfless acts before. Oh, fuck me. He's a true gentleman if I ever saw one. But if you think that means I'm going to show mercy on you, you got another thing coming. Time to break out the big guns, cunts! Wait a minute. I dug 2 pits, didn't I? Come to think of it, the second one was right around... Oh, fucking hell!
Oui? Is something the matter? We're on something of a tight schedule here, Inspector.
Stand back, Miss Ellie. My well-honed inspector's senses are tingling. I feel that a most fearsome adversary is lurking about. Oh, this time you're really up shit creek without a paddle, cunts!
say hello to a not-so-little friend of mine in the Colosseum. He's large, he's in charge, and most of all, he's hungry. Hey, wait a minute. Where the fuck is he? I haven't got all night. My chimera! Who the bloody hell's is that half-naked fool? Father, could it be that the aura of unmitigated murderous rage that I felt was not our quarry, but you? Hildy! I was merely taking a stroll in search of inspiration and materials for my newest masterpiece of the making. And what brings you and your friends to these parts here anyway? Just a bit of sleuth work, Father dear. And with that, we must return to Uldar. If you have not heard, your son is set to compete for the Mithril Cup. Nutty? Oh, moonlighting as a gladiator, are we? A fitting second career for a Manderville man, if I do say so myself. That muscle-bound old man? He's the bloody inspector's father? Fuck me. Remind me never to go to one of their family reunions. Oh, bloody hell. Who is this inspector anyway? Hildy is a worthy rival, if there ever was one. Wait a minute. Who the fuck is that? Gronk! Gronk! Hildy, Sebby, I have been waiting for this day. Well, look who we bloody have here. You're quite an intimidating gent yourself. Are you a, friend of the inspector, maybe? I am Gilgamesh, wandering duelist. I am not so much the inspector's friend as his enemy. Well, fuck me sideways. That makes two of us. Perk up, Gulliver, because this might be your lucky day. Is there no one in this accursed realm who can remember my... Call me what you will, my friend, but heed my words. Sebby is a formidable foe. That sounds like high praise coming from a big cunt like yourself. To have such a powerhouse as his sidekick, oh fuck me, that inspector is something else indeed. I know not what brings you to do battle with those two, but I warn you, you will end up as Seafood Subaru if you face them alone. And with that, I must be offeru. For reasons I do not entirely understand, I am considered something of a fugitive in these parts. Sebby, I will not fall so easily this time. Well, looks like I've got my bloody legs full. All 8 of them. But if that adventure is too strong to take on alone, I'll just have to bring along a bloody mate. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. A supplely twisting ring calling to mind the undulations of a creature of the sea. Oh, yeah. Inspiration has struck. Oh, fucking hell! No one here but Octopus! Look forward to your next life as a masterpiece, fiend! Gomu gomu no! Godbert Manderville! Oh, fuck me! Oh, fuck, get me out of here! Oh, shit! Here I come, you octopus motherfucker! Oh, fuck. Muscleheads! Oh, fucking hate them!
Good heavens! Chancing upon father like that, I dare say it's taken a year off my life. Quite a crowd has assembled. It would seem the festivities are nigh about to commence. I'd hoped to uncover more of Miss Avila's secrets, but no matter. What better place to continue my investigation than on the field of battle? Good heavens! We haven't much time before the tournament begins. We must hasten back to the Colosseum and apprise ourselves on the rules of engagement. To a true gentleman, the battle is not about victory or defeat, but fighting with honor. Whatever treachery or guile my opponents might employ, I must not, I will not, lower myself to their level.
Bumps on the head, chipped bloody teeth. I am one shabby-looking octopus. I fucking tell you cunts, they don't pay me enough for this. But that's all gonna change soon. Oh, isn't it, buddy?
Ah, Mr. Ultros, just the octopus we were looking for. I was hoping that you might enlighten us to as... Ye gads, who gave you those ghastly bruises?
Bruises? I fell down some stairs. Oh, yeah, they'll believe that. Now fuck off! I'm a busy bloody octopus.
Ouch! Well, gosh, you have my sympathies, good sir. It is challenge enough to coordinate 4 limbs, let alone 8. Wait a minute. Is there something inside your office?
Oh no! Whatever gave you that idea? I'm simply fumigating the place for pests. Pests like you. Now fuck off. Don't you have a battle to go and fight? Fung.
Inspector, I think something's alive in there.
Oh, that's just me talking to myself. Yeah, fun gods. Oh, working as a receptionist. Oh, mate, it's bloody fun.
Battered, bruised, beset by vermin, and still able to find joy and fulfillment in your work? I must say, Mr. Ultros, your passion for your chosen profession is truly an inspiration to us all.
Sebby, if you would come with me for a moment, I fear the stupidity in the air might be contagious. Well, has your investigation borne any fruit?
Oh, si, senor.
I see. Avila seeks to win the tournament to claim a fortune and raise her and her sister out of poverty. Furthermore, she has implied that she has taken the necessary precautions to ensure her victory is all but certain. While trailing her, you narrowly evaded a series of dastardly obstacles, and upon your return, that strange octopus appears considerably worse for wear. The evidence points in one direction. The Alamegan girl and Ultros are plotting together to claim the Mithril Cup as a lucrative prize. It is not as preposterous as it sounds. I have done some research on our 8-legged friend. It would appear that Ultros has become something of a regular at Uldar's taverns and, shall I say, a house of pleasure. I suspect he is using his inside knowledge of the workings of the Colosseum to identify and eliminate potential threats, thereby ensuring victory for Avila and earning himself a healthy commission. There is also the matter of the Tempest Blade that is rumored to be the source of the Alamegan girl's strength. This remains a mystery, which means that I fear your life is still in danger, Sebby. One of the guards informed me that several crates of refuse from the Colosseum reception room were hastily discarded in Pearl Lane not bells ago. It's a stab in the dark, but the contents might yet provide some answers. I would ask you to bring them to me. You fucking minge. Well, let me see what you found. Now, what have we here? Ah, yes, a spectacular assortment of innards and entrails and what's this? A sack! Even more foul-smelling than the gourd was lying in, if that can be believed. And look here, something appears to be written on the side. Sindgot Sundries. It would seem this merchant has had dealing with that squishy mass of tentacles. Let us pay a visit to the man and have him enlighten us as to the exact nature of their partnership.
Mamma mia! Welcome! What might a discerning gentleman like yourself be looking for today? I'm sorry, but if I'd said it once, I said it 1,000 times. No exchanges, replacement, or a refund. I stand by the quality of my wares. I expect my customers to do the same. Wait now. Did the Ultros send you?
I'll be asking the questions here. What exactly did you sell to that ungodly creature?
Why, an entire sack full of gold truffle. Can you believe it? What with the impressive price and that a distinctive aroma? They're only for the most discerning of our customers. Which Mr. Ultros clearly is, as he just placed another order today.
Could these truffles somehow be connected to... No, I shall stop myself before I start sounding like...
Inspector Briardien, it wounds me that you would sneak off to conduct your investigation without me, and to steal Sebby away here? This gentleman is not impressed.
Did you find anything, Inspector? Good gods! What the fuck is that dreadful smell?
Miss Ellie, I would have expected a cultured young woman like yourself to be more educated in the Epicurean arts. That is the most distinct and delightful aroma of the gold truffle. An acquired taste, to be sure, but one that has won the hearts of many an Uldan gourmet. I particularly enjoy them slow roasted, as my dear mother used to make them.
A roasted, you say? Oh, why, my mouth is watering just thinking about it. Might I be so bold as to ask the recipe?
Yes, and here is me giving you the recipe.
It appears that the productive portion of this conversation has come to an end. Besides, the tournament is about to begin. Let us make haste back to the Colosseum. Well, that merchant proved to be a spectacular waste of time. Time which is in short supply. We must return to the Colosseum before the battle begins. Here's the plan, Sebby. I shall find a suitable vantage point to observe Miss Avila in combat. Until I have ascertained the trickery behind her abilities, you are to keep a wide berth of her blade. Understood?
There you are. I was this close to starting the melee without you. Peter, I'd be remiss not to tell you there's been a slight change of plans. Another contestant suffered from a last-minute injury, and none other than our very own Ultros has stepped in to take his place. With everyone's favorite octopus joining you two in the fray, spectators are pouring in. Bookmarkers across the town are raking in the guild, and that ain't a bad thing for us. Word has it that Master FF14 himself is taking quite a liking with my professional skills. Hey, the future's looking bright for old Dower Meadow. So what do you say? Ready to get your asses kicked? Well, bring it on! Let's fucking go. That's what I like to hear. Ladies and gents, it's time for blades to whir and limbs to fly. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, plutocrats and paupers, open your eyes and steel your stomachs. The Mithril Cup, brought to you by our ever-charitable friends at Imagina Sons and Mineral Concern. Your concern is our concern. It's about to begin!
Who will stand atop the heap of maimed bodies and twisted limbs to claim victory? Will it be the tempestuous Avila of Alamigo? Sebby, the famed warrior of light? Or was that grinning fool again? Oh yeah, that's right. Humberbatch, agent of infamy and imbecile extraordinaire! Or will it be our 11th hour entry, Ultros, the 8th-legged purple purveyor of pain? Whoa, here the fuck I am, cunts! Did ya bloody miss me? Hey, I'd say we have a battle for the ages here, folks. Combatants, take your position and let the battles begin! Alright, listen up, cunt. You know the deal. We team up, wipe out the others. When it's the two of us, I'll take the bloody dive. And you'll receive your share of the winnings. I have not forgotten our promise. Look at Avila's blade spin! Why, she's a veritable whirlwind of death and destruction out there. They breed 'em tough in Alamigo, that's for certain. You are next. Por favor. Here we fucking go, ladies and gents. Once my buddy gets a whiff of these raw truffles, he'll be sneezing up a storm. Literally. Oh, nothing like the rich aroma of roasted truffles. Oh, all this fighting has given old Uncle Alty an appetite. Is it time for bloody dinner yet? Wait a minute! Roasted truffles? Braised in savory sauce, just like Mother used to make 'em. Feel free to have seconds. There's a whole sackful where that came from. Oh, that meddling musclehead! What is taking him so damn long? The girl's gaze gave it away! Open that gate at once! Fung. Nani? What is that monstrosity? Mr. Typhon, is your stomach, rumbling? Could I interest you in some, roasted truffles, perhaps? What fascinating friends you have, Ulti! Why, look at this charming little nose. Is he perhaps suffering from a case of the sniffles? Fool! Oh, shit. Could it be? Avila's vaunted Tempest Blade. It was that monster all along. That girl played us all for fools. Boo! Oh, Don't look at me. It was all her idea. I'm a stupid octopus, adoy. You are the one who approached me, you double-dealing fiend. I wanted to experience the thrill of battle, you know. What for my work and all. Oh, come on, Dower. Has your old Uncle Ultros ever lied to you? What did I tell you? I knew there was something fishy about that Alamegan whore. Alamegans? Beggars and brutes, the lot of them. We give him a home in our lands, and this is the thanks we get? Send her the golem old for all I care. Just get her out of my sight before I get sick. But I just wanted to... my sister. Look, I feel for the girl. Really, my little octopus heart goes out to her. But, the rules are the rules, right? Now, if, Uncle Ultie might be so bold, I say we call off the melee and have a final showdown between the 3 remaining competitors. That would be me, my bloody Typhon, and fucking Sebby over here. What do you say, Mr. Warrior of Light?
I say si, senor.
Oi! That's what we want to see! Ultros! Ultros! Well, this is a most unprecedented turn of events. But hey, who am I to deny the wishes of such a passionate crowd of martial arts aficionados? The venue? Halatali. The fighters? The tag team of Ultros and Typhon versus the Warrior of Light. Who will be left standing when the storm is settled? Be there or miss the battle for the ages.
So, to review, the truffles were to elicit a sneeze from the octopus's oversized crony, which would be positioned so as to appear it was coming from the Alamegan girl's blade, allowing the two to sweep away their opponents with ease. No wonder I wasn't able to see it sooner. It's quite possibly the most imbecilic scheme I've encountered in all my years as a consulting inspector. At any rate, we have no choice but to trust in your abilities now, Sebby. Let us make for Halatali.
Well, this tournament's turned into a right mess. With all the trouble I took preparing consolation prizes for the melee, looks like we won't be needing them after all. Of course, as long as you bring in the spectators and the profits, I couldn't give a gnat's ass. Ha ha, Peter. Now, I know what you're thinking. 2 against 1 ain't exactly fair, especially when one of you is the size of a small house. So here's the deal. Why don't you bring along some of your friends for the battle? Let's say 7 of them. That should even the odds. Eh? Peter? Ahem. Combatants, the final confrontation will be held here, on the Dragon's Neck. If all members of the team fall from the platform, you're fucked. Seafood soup's not on the bloody menu today, cunts, because I'm bloody Ultros. This fucking song. Oh, I love it. I love it. Alright. What's the plan? Alright, let's go. Come on. Noctis, warp strike. Help! Help, I'm an imp! Help! Whee! Help! Mom! Here I come. Well, fuck me sideways. Thwarted again. I feel like such a sucker. And Sebby claims the Mithril Cup.
Good show, Sebby. Your performance has earned us front row seats at the award ceremony. This should afford us the perfect vantage point to thwart the thief. Come, let us return to the Colosseum.
It was a battle for the ages, but a worthy victor has risen to claim the spoils. And now, let's take a look at that relic that our champion has won. Behold! From the personal vaults of Master Fergis himself, the Warden's Grace, a timeless treasure the likes of which our realm has never seen. One that's earned the attention of Eorzea's most prominent pilferer, Peter.
Above you! Ladies and gentlemen, inspectors and invertebrates, the opening act dragged on over long, but worry not, the main event is about to begin. I know that you paid well for your seats here today, but I can assure you that my performance will not leave you disappointed. Now, I invite one and all to sit back and enjoy the show. Vile fiend, mark my words, you have stolen your last treasure. I swear it on the Manderville name.
I think not. Hear the gardener!
Greg? It's always a pleasure to reunite with old friends, but your timing truly leaves something to be desired.
Sebbywebz! You bested me once, but not today! I shall have my revengeroo when I pierce your chest with my spear!
Do you not mean your skewer?
Nani!
Yawn. Run away!
Vile thief! Is there not a shred of honor in you? Return my weapon at once, Saru!
Well, seems we have an unexpected guest. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but I fear attendance at today's performance. It's invitation only. Huh? It's raining truffles. But wait a minute. The battle's already... Typhon? Oh, wait. Just a moment, mate. I'm sure I got a bloody tissue somewhere.
Fool!
Por favor.
Nani!
Alas and alack! The ring sails straight into the hands of the fiend!
Giving up so soon, are we? Now those don't sound like the words of a Manderville man.
So intense looking. But of course, brilliant father. If the ring won't come to me, then I shall go to the ring. Why? It'll be just like Dalamud.
Hildibrand Helidor Maximilian Manderville. Skyward as only a Manderville can! Soya!
Father, you know not your own strength. Oh, shit. Such an overshoot. $997, $998, $990. Oh my God! Hey, these legs! They look strangely familiar.
Gah, I might have put a little too much spin on that one, it seems.
Not exactly as planned, but who can argue with the results? Save for one thing. This ring is fake. But no matter. I have a feeling that this will lead me to the true treasure. Until next time, friends, you have been a most attentive audience.
Hey, that key! Ah, God damn it, Peter. Guards, seize that fiend at once! Boo!
Hey, that was great.
Oh, God, my head.
It's too late, sir. The second prize, the Ring of Bloody Inquiry. It's gone.
Second prize. What is the meaning of this?
Many-faced fiend or no, that man spoke true. A master goldsmith's eyes cannot be deceived. This sun sphere is clearly a second-rate replica.
Hey, it's preposterous. It's just the dim lighting. Yeah, I mean, if you just step over here, Peter.
Boo! Have you taken ill, my friend? You seem to be perspiring most heavily.
Hey, let's not be so hasty, my friends. I can explain. I sold out my honor, joined forces with that odious octopus, all for a false treasure. What a fool I have been. Whatever was I thinking?
Do not berate yourself so, Miss Avila. Why, it was exactly as you said, was it not? You were thinking of dear Hedgeliner and nothing more.
I suppose I was... Huh? How do you know my sister's name?
I assure you, young miss, under no circumstances did I tail you to the Nanoa mines to eavesdrop in your intimately personal dialogue with your beloved sister. Oh, shit. I'm sorry.
You have the right of it. Blinded by the prospect of fortune and fame, I lost sight of myself and what I was truly fighting for. My honor and my sister's trust will not easily be regained, but I will not shirk from the challenge.
One mystery still remains. Before the thief had identified the ring as fake, he had already acquired the key to the storeroom. Clearly the second prize, the Ring of Inquiry, was his target from the start. But why? There must be some pattern to the items the fiend has stolen, a pattern that betrays his true intentions.
The Treaty Blade, Azayuma's Virtue, and the Ring of Inquiry. All relics with quite a history. Or to be more precise, relics from the era of the Briardiens.
Oh-ho! If that is so, then the answer is as clear as day. The fiend means to found Eorzea's greatest museum of Briardian history, pushing up the prices and gouging honest men out of their hard-earned coin. Doubtless another one of his cards will appear on the scene to tell us this much so. Ruh-roh. Adoy. That was some Roadrunner shit right there.
I have enjoyed a little game, but all good things must come to an end. I shall claim the 4 sacred treasures, and justice shall be served. So, this is the thief's final challenge to us. But what are these 4 treasures of which he speaks?
Where the 4 treasures of Elezen become one, the wicked shall be judged in the blazing light of the sun. An old legend, little more than a fairy tale at that. And yet, it seems the Phantom believe that there's some truth in these words.
Four sacred relics from Briardien. The Warden's justice? Lofty words coming from a glorified footpad. One who's winning over the common folk by the day, if rumors are to be believed. It would seem the tales of a master thief ruffling the feathers of the rich and famous have won the man more than a few admirers. Consider his targets thus far. 1. An Udan collector and a hired thugs. A trading mogul and the brass blades. And now a mining magnate and the stone torches. Is it any surprise that the sympathies of ordinary Udans would lie with the perpetrator rather than the victims? Astutely observed, Miss Ellie. Our quarry clearly harbors no small degree of resentment for wealth and authority. Might his next target be a member of the Syndicate? Perhaps the Sultana herself?
Aha! Then it will be his downfall. For the greater the challenge, the higher I rise. Ahem. Just one moment, if you would. Mark my words, ye of many faces. There is but one man who shall lay claim to the 4 lost relics of Briardien, and it shall be Hildibrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire.
I'm sure that inspires us all with great confidence.
Was that? No, it couldn't be. Ha! Methinks Godbert might need a new pair of spectacles.
It's a race to recover the 4 lost relics of Briardien, as the fiend's true identity and aspirations are revealed. Will Eorzea fall prey to the forces of evil? Or will our hero do what only a Manderville can? Hildibrand will return in Her Last Vow.
The key to the next case? It's a mask! Have you ever worn a mask so long you forgot what you actually look like? I have! And how did they freeze in midair like that? Hey, talk about a mystery. Yeah, well, see you next time. I'm walking here. Bonjour, Sebbywebz. I was wondering when you would show up. I hope you have not made any plans for the night, because we have a situation on our hands. Remember our good friend, the Phantom Thief? Well, it seems he has decided to branch out from burglary to cold-blooded murder! If the rumors are to be believed, he has claimed 3 victims already, all influential members of Udan society. Mr. Many Faces has been kind enough to leave one of his signature calling cards at every scene, leaving no doubt as to the identity of the murderer. The message is always the same. The weight of 5 corpses will bring the scales of justice to balance. More riddles. Not that you will hear me complaining. No, the only thing my readers like more than a good mystery is a good murder mystery. Ever since the story broke, the Mistral Eye has been selling like Ponzi cakes. The only rub is that it has left me no time at all to look into the thief's last message. Until now, that is. Shall we, Sebbywebz? The hidden treasure of Uda, was it? If there's anyone who can shed some light on this, it is you-know-who. The Sunsilk Tapestries.
Well. If it ain't my favourite adventurer, my favourite Mithril reporter along with him. Tell me, what have I done to deserve the pleasure of your company today? Okay, I see. Much as I'd like to help out two of my best mates, I'm afraid you found old Wymon at a bloody loss. Although it's more than its fair share of treasures, hidden and otherwise. I reckon our phantom friend could be, just about any of them. But I can tell you this much, though. Like, whatever the thief's got his eye on, it's got the Sultan sworn to right dither. Can you get out of the fucking screen? Whatever the thief's got his eye on, it's got the Sultan sworn in the right dither. Word has it, they formed a regiment of their best and brightest to safeguard the royal vaults from this very bloody threat. Now, the Sultan Sworns, they're not likely to be forthcoming with this information, but it's the only lead we got. So come on, Sebby. I say it's time we pay a visit to the Art of the Swarm. Wait a minute, hold up there, Ellie. Hold up there. I ain't generally the worrying type, but you might want to think twice before getting yourself involved in this. A man in my business, we develop a bit of a nose for danger, and this time the stench is something fierce. You're a reporter, Ellie, and a fine one at that, but don't put that pretty neck of yours at risk trying to play the hero. Your concern is touching, but I can assure you I am ready for whatever dangers lie ahead. Besides, being a reporter is about more than selling papers. I have a duty to seek out the truth and convey it to the people. Come, Sebby! Time is of the essence!
Stop right there, criminal scum! Only authorized personnel are allowed in. Oh! Well, fuck me in the penis! It's the Gentleman of Light's adventuring companion and that catty but cute reporter from the bloody Mithril.
Bonjour! If it isn't the self-styled Warrior of Light. Tell me, what tales did you spin to the Sultan Swan recruiter to land yourself in this position?
Oh gosh, only the 12's honest truth, missed. Seeing that Gentleman of Light standing tall and triumphant that day, it bloody moved me to the depths of my soul. I vowed to put aside my sketchy past and serve the realm just like my hero, Master Bloody Hildibrand. The Sultan Swan were impressed with my commitment and my sword arm, and they gladly welcomed me into their bloody ranks. And wait a minute, don't tell me. You've come to assist Master Hildibrand in his bloody investigation, haven't you? Why the fuck didn't you say so sooner, cunt? That's the least I could do to help the mates who united me with my role model. You'll be wanting to speak with Phyllis. She's one of the Swan's best. Something of a history buff, it would seem. When she's learned the thief was targeting the 4 relics of Briardien, she personally stepped forward and volunteered to lead the investigation. If anyone has the trust you're looking for, it'll be her. Wait here while I get her. I can trust you not to touch anything, right? Especially not my penis.
Bonjour, Phyllis. My name is Ellie from the Mithril. As you may have heard, we are researching the Phantom Thief case. We would appreciate any information that may shed light on recent events. Oh gosh, the pleasure is mine, Miss Ellie. And if I'm not mistaken, that would make your companion friend here, Sebbywebz TV?
Si, senor. You know Sebby?
Well, as any reader of the Mithril would, I must confess to being somewhat of an unabashed fan of your work. Though it hardly befits my station to say this, I was secretly hoping that you would show up to assist in the investigation. Doubtless the Inspector too will also welcome a helping hand. I say, the Sultan Swan, the elite of Uldar's elite. I can only hope they prove more competent than the bungling mercenaries that I've dealt with so far. Inspector Briardien, always one step ahead of us. Miss Ellie, Sebby, a moment, if you would. Right there, very good. Now face me and don't move an inch. Inspector, what is that in your... Le cough!
Demasking dust, a formula of my own devising that will allow us to see right through the thief's disguises. Analyzing the mask left behind at Vespa Bay, I was able to identify its composition and synthesize a counteragent that would dissolve the disguise while leaving the wearer's face intact. In any event, it would appear that the two of you are indeed who you appear to be.
Brilliant, Inspector! The Phantom Thief has put the wool over our eyes for the last time.
Oh, gosh, I fear it won't be so simple. The ingredients necessary to produce the dust are exceedingly rare. Even with the entire resources of the Sultan Sworn at our disposal, we were only able to produce a limited supply.
I see. Well, I suppose it is better than nothing. That said, have you been able to identify the thief's next target? A hidden treasure of Uda, the last of the 4 lost relics of Briardien?
Oh gosh, I fear not. I've pored through the histories time and time again, but the only mention of these 4 relics is a vague reference in an old prophecy. Most serious scholars consider it little more than a fairy tale. When darkness falls and hope fades to despair, 4 warriors of light shall descend in the righteous glare. The legend goes on to describe 4 sacred artifacts, one each possessed by these 4 Briardien heroes, but there makes no mention as to their appearance or their nature.
3 times we have tried to identify the thief's target. 3 times he has foiled us by making off with something else entirely. Needless speculation will only play to the fiend's strengths.
All artifacts of Briardien origin have been sealed away within the royal vault, and a regiment of our finest assigned to its protection. I have furnished all the guards with a supply of demasking dust and instructed them to be on the lookout for any suspicious personages.
The Black Guard will be in chains before he can lay a hand on the vault doors, let alone the treasure within. You have our word, milady. And now I'm gonna walk away. Goodbye.
Well, that was rather awkward. Anyway, but there are even more disturbing matters at hand. Doubtless you have heard of the recent rash of murders perpetrated by our quarry. The Sultan's Sworn have launched an investigation, but the truth of the matter is that we have been far too occupied with the defense of the vaults to make any meaningful progress. We will be most grateful for any assistance that you could offer.
A lady asks, and a gentleman answers. Cast all worry from your heart, my lady, for I, Hildibrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, has arrived to set right what is wrong and bring the wicked to justice. And this must be the demasking dust that is the talk of the palace. Ah, but you need not waste your supply on me, Inspector. I assure you that I am exactly whom I claim to be. Oh God, oh, it's everywhere, oh.
A shame, that.
Oh, gosh, Inspector Hildibrand. We weren't expecting you, but your services are most welcome. I shall share all I know about the recent murders. The killer has claimed 3 victims thus far. The head of a publishing consortium, a high-ranking government official, and an influential scholar. Other than that, well, that they were all influential figures in their respective circles, we can identify no common threads connecting the 3.
Oh, well, this will prove a most satisfying case to crack indeed. And what of the method of killing? Conked over the head with a cudgel? Gutted with a great sword? Strangled with a subligar?
I'm afraid that we've identified no pattern at all. In any event, the murderer plots the deaths of 2 more even as we speak. Oh gosh, we must take action, and quickly.
Understood, my lady. Clues might be scarce, but worry not. my realm-renowned powers of deduction are more than up to the task. I will see this burglar turned butcher delivered to justice.
Your presence is heartening indeed, Inspector Hildibrand. Friends, please take this demasking dust with you. I fear that we can spare but a single sachet, and I trust you will put it to good use.
Come to accompany me on yet another case, friend? I like your gusto. But if you're auditioning to be my assistant, I fear that role has already been filled. Still, a gentleman welcomes the support of all his admirers. I shall henceforth name you thusly, Sebby, my ever-loyal associate. And now, my ever-loyal associate, the investigation calls. I propose that we begin by inspecting the site at which the most recent victim met his demise. My question about the palace has revealed that the scholar's body was found not far from the 80 Sins of Sasimo. Even the most circumspect of criminals cannot help but leave behind clues. Clues that will not elude my gaze. Friends, let's be off. Pray, alert me should you see anyone suspicious, my ever-loyal associate. We must put Miss Phyllis's demasking dust to good use. Flowers? Yes, it's all becoming clear now. Our phantom killer is a florist who, in his hurry to escape, carelessly mislaid his wares.
And what do you think you're doing, eh? I'm the one who put those flowers there, to honor the memory of my poor boy, and you dare defile his memory?
1,000 pardons, my lady. Please accept my most sincere condolences on your loss. I am Hildibrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire. I swear to you, on my own dear mother's name, that your son's killer will be brought to justice. Ahem. As I was saying, these flowers were clearly placed here by the family of the deceased, which can only mean...
Leave this place. Run while you still can. Run! Far, far away! Run, or he'll turn you into a zombie, just like he did my poor boy.
A living person turned into a zombie? Nonsense. No, not nonsense, my boy. History. Or have you not heard of the horrors of Sildir? Aye, our sibling nation, against which we waged war centuries ago. Much blood was shed by both sides, but I speak of far greater horrors than death. An unholy draught brewed by a Sildin alchemist, one with the power to turn the living to the undead, that his nation might command an army of mindless, deathless soldiers. The traitors spurn! They turned my boy into a heap of rotting flesh and ran him through. But he won't hear that from the Sultan's sworn. Thal alone knows why, but they whisked the body away before I could do so much as pay my last respects. The traitors spurn! I had heard these stories, but I had never thought them true. To be able to procure such a frightening thing, just who are we dealing with here? A Sildin, I'm sure of it. Aye, only a Sildin would know the recipe. But the last remains of the Sildins died 4 centuries ago, you say? Oh-ho! Oh-ho! They did! They did! Oh-ho! He calls himself the Phantom Thief, he does. But did it ever occur to you that he might be an honest-to-God's phantom? Eh? Heard the tales from my own great-grandma, I did, about the 4 relics of Briardien and the powers that they hold. The power to exact justice. A spectre of Sildir has returned to wreak vengeance on us. Woe! Woe unto us all! Have the 4 warriors of light forsaken us? My dear boy, if only you'd become a trader like your father. If only you'd get your nose out of those history books and never so much breathe the accursed name of Sildar. But you did, and I heard it.
It's all becoming clear to me now. That dear old woman's testimony has confirmed that which I had suspected from the start. Like a zombie picking away at its rotting flesh, I, Hildibrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, has peeled away the foul scab of uncertainty to reveal the truth within. Open your ears and feast your minds on the fruits of my flawless deduction. Ahem. Our phantom thief is a phantom indeed, a wayward spirit caught between the realm of the living and the dead for nigh on centuries since meeting a tragic end on the battlefield. As such, our course of action is clear. We must placate this tortured soul, that it might abandon its vengeful vendetta and travel to the next life in peace. But what is the true nature of this specter's grievances? Without this knowledge, we cannot hope to assuage its rancor. Let us begin our search on the Thaumaturge's Guild. Doubtless the tomes there contain a wealth of knowledge on the ill blood between the sibling nations.
Notwithstanding the abject stupidity of everything that has come out of your mouth, some knowledge of the Sildier might serve us well. Go, research as you will, and do take as much time as you need.
You can count on me, Inspector Briardien. Whatever knowledge is to be gleaned from the guild, it shall not escape my inspector's eye.
To understand the history of sibling nations, one must go back further still to the birth of their mother nation in Briardien. The Fifth Astral Era was an age of untold wonders, when the arcane arts burgeoned and the great civilizations that commanded such powers flourished. This age of enlightenment would not last, however. Power bred avarice, and avarice bred resentment. It culminated in the War of the Magi, which brought the great floods of the Sixth Umbral Calamity, which in turn swallowed once proud nations and left a battered wasteland in its wake. Mages were reviled and persecuted for having caused this catastrophe, with many forced to leave their homelands or face death. It was a small band of those survivors who found their way to Thanalan, where they would found the nation of Briardien some 8 centuries ago. Imagine that. A government of mages, by mages, for the mages. What wonders might have been wrought had Briardian civilization survived to this very day. Alas, this was not to be.
Greetings, traveler. You would learn of the war between Oda and the fallen Sultanate of Sildir? It would be my pleasure to enlighten you. The two city-states coexisted for several generations until the bad blood between them boiled over, culminating in an outright war. As you might deduce from the present state of affairs, Uldar emerged victorious, leaving its once proud sibling nation in smoldering ruins. As the histories tell it, the battles fought between the sister nations were the stuff of nightmares. In a desperate attempt to overcome Uldar's superior numbers, Sildan alchemists devised a most horrific stratagem. Employing a frightful formula known as Traitor's Spurn, they brought their fallen warriors back as undead soldiers. Some theories have it they even employed the potion on those of the living who were too weak or wounded to fight. Sends shivers up the spine just thinking about it. It is truly a crowning glory that our fair nation of forebears were able to emerge victorious against these horrors.
You don't say? It's not every day that someone comes to our halls to research Sildir. As a fellow student of history, though, I more than welcome the conversation. Briardian civilization flourished in relative peace until twin sons were born to the royal family. The two were fierce rivals. When they came of age and their father passed, each one claimed that he was the rightful heir to the throne. With neither son willing to relinquish his claim, they agreed to split their kingdom in two, forming the twin nations of Uldar and Sildir. But not unlike the two proud princes, the sibling nations developed a penchant for rivalry.
Hello. Greetings, stranger. What's that you say? You seek knowledge of the bad blood between Uldar and Sildir. I suppose I can spare a moment or two, but take good notes. I'm not fond of repeating myself. Two scales, one of gold and one of silver. The gold of Uldar, weighing prosperity and power. The silver of Sildir, weighing knowledge and power. But the power sought by the two nations differed greatly. Greatly indeed. The power wrought by Uldar prosperity was that of justice and good. But the power wrought by Sildir knowledge was horrific beyond belief. The power to rip the living soul out of a man and render him a mindless killing machine. On this matter, the histories are clear. But riddle me this, Batman. Who writes the histories? And what does this say of the words writ within? Yes, truth can be elusive and as fickle as the shifting sands. As one example, did you know that in the war against Sildir, Uldar and Amalja warriors fought side by side? Likely you did not. Neither did I, until I encountered a faded passage in an ancient text buried deep beneath Tristram. And yet, in the histories read by the populace, you will see no mention of this most fascinating fact. Might it be that someone, at some time, deemed this particular truth less than convenient? But regrettably, I've said enough already. Stay a while and listen.
My ever-loyal associate, tell me, what have you learned from your questioning of the scholars in these halls? Indeed. As it happens, I have learned much the same. Let us take a moment to review and allow my peerless powers of deduction to work their magic. A war of succession divides the great civilization of Beladia, giving rise to the sibling nations of Uldar and Sildir. Two nations coexist for some generations until ill blood boils over, culminating in outright war. Daunted by Uldar's superior military might, Sildir employs their advanced alchemical knowledge to horrific ends, transforming their own citizens, alive and dead, into a fearsome undead legion. Yes, I believe I have it. The facts at hand have led me to one unassailable conclusion. Our Phantom Thief is a descendant of the doomed Sildir who seeks vengeance against those who reduced his countrymen to slavering zombies. To pacify his soul and send him peacefully to the next world, there is but one course of action. We must find the Sildiran statesman who conceived this dreadful stratagem and have him apologize to the thief in person for the suffering that he has wrought.
A brilliant plan. Perhaps you'd like to go find yourself a shovel and dig this statesman out of the grave yourself. Leaving aside this nonsense of spirits and spectres, it appears increasingly likely that our quarry shares some link to Sildir. His garish garb is no doubt meant to evoke the silver scales of the fallen Sultanate. This Sildian connection would also likely explain the rare knowledge of Beladian relics that our thief clearly possesses. But what of the murder victims? What common thread amongst them could have incurred the ire of our adversary? A few people in town spoke of a man sighted calling upon the victims in the past days. Those who saw him said he had a most frightened air about him.
Wait. Yes, it's coming to me. Of course, my keen investigator's senses ring out with a voice loud and clear. This man that Miss Ellie speaks of just might know something.
You really should stop thinking so hard. You're likely to strain a brain muscle. Miss Ellie, who is this man and where might we find him? My source identifies the man as Goguria, a traveling merchant known to frequent Horizon. Should we pay him a visit? Yes, we should.
Well, how to do to there? I do declare, if you have business in these yonder parts, make it quick. My time is too valuable to waste chatting with every stranger who doth pass by in yonder these here parts.
Forgive us, good sir. My name is Ellie, a reporter with the Mystery Lie. Never blinking, all-seeing, you know the rest. I was wondering if we could trouble you with a few questions.
Was it for love or money that you killed them? Yes, you, the thief of many faces.
Me? A thief? I do declare, what is this nonsense? I don't know who you are, but I do not have the time or the patience for this mummery. Now, if you'll excuse me, an important client doth await me down in yonder doodle-dotty here.
I thought I recognized that voice.
Lady Durilda, well met indeed. Pray, tell, whatever brings you to these environs on this fair evening?
I bloody live here, you bloody ice junkie. Oh, Inspector Briardien. Oh my god, what an unexpected pleasure. Do you have some business with my associate here, pray tell? Guga Rugia, we can discuss business after. Pray, lend the inspector here, the handsome one, whatever assistance he requires.
But I do declare, Lady Durilda, what about...
Oh my god, my dear Maria's name day present. I had it in mind, one of the prize pieces from Ishtame's latest seasonal collection. You would be able to procure one for me, yes? Or shall I eliminate the middleman and make the trip to Ulda myself? I'll say it once more, Gugarigama. I expect you to give the inspector and his companions your full assistance. They, yes, even the stupid one, help me regain something truly priceless. Something more valuable than any mere trinket. See you later, you bogans.
Goodbye.
Well, all right. I'll tell you what I know, but you did not hear this from me. Do you understand? I was looking into killing on behalf of a client of mine. The thief's got himself into some of that zombie dust. The traitor's spawn, was it? And his cards speak of 5 victims. It got me to thinking, so dear, 5 victims, the Arbiters of Truth.
The Arbiters of Truth? I'm not familiar with that name.
Ah, and a few would be, on account of them being somewhat of a secret society and all. I'm sorry, I do declare that was very ungentlemanly. Influential personages of the Sultanate, you see, working from the shadows to keep a false knowledge about the Udir-Sildir conflict from reaching the ears of the folks like you and me down at Yada here.
False knowledge? Pray tell, just what sort of knowledge might that be?
1,000 balls! Don't make me say no more. I got a family to feed yonder here.
Very well. Just tell us one last thing. Who hired you, and where can we find him?
Ahab. His name Ahab. When he heard what I said, he told me that he was going to set sail for Limsa with his 5 best sellswords to guard his back. Said there were many prying eyes at the airship docks. Said he had a private ship docked and waiting for him at a Vesper Bay. But remember, you did not hear none of this from me down at Dr. Yuda here.
This man Hob must be one of the killer's targets. Doubtless he also knows the identity of the remaining one.
Well, I doubt that. They say the Arbiters are so secretive, they don't even know each other's true identities. Now, don't ask me how all that works, however, but Hob has got a high-ranking friends in the Brassy Blades. Once he heard the victims have all been zombified, he panicked. Guess he knew that he would be next.
Thank you very much again, my kind sir. Once again, the ancient Manderville art of parley has procured for us a key morsel of knowledge. Let us seek out this Hob fellow and see what he can share with us. And let us hurry. The man's life is in danger even as we speak.
Master Hob, is everything quite all right?
No, stand back, Ellie!
Hunger. I hunger for your brains.
Oh shit.
There's no saving the man. Sebby, do what you must.
Yes, my first-hand knowledge of zombies tells me that this particular shade of green is unmistakably that of the undead. 'Twould seem that we were a few moments too late for the scene.
A message, and then there was none.
There it is. Again.
What's that? Hey, something the matter, Inspector?
Indeed, Nashu, there is. Ever since I picked up the trail of the Phantom Thief, I've had this fleeting sense that someone or something is watching us.
The thief might be close at hand. We should be careful.
For the moment, let us return and report our findings to Miss Phyllis. A secret society or no, returning the identities of its members may yet lead us to its final victim.
I, too, had best return to the Miss Relay. Let us meet up again. I will see what clues I can uncover in the meantime.
You will do nothing of the sort, Miss Ellie. These streets are far too dangerous for you to walk alone.
Hey, Inspector! I'll go with her. I'm walking here.
If you insist, Nashu, then I give my leave. But pray, be wary, not just of the thief, but of Miss Ellie. She has quite the temper, as we both know.
Oh, fuck you!
My point has been proven.
I say, Miss Ellie, there is something I must tell you when this case is over. Be safe, and promise me you will not attempt anything rash, as you did that time when the fiend took aim at my own life.
Your life, Inspector? Ah, oui, Costa del Sol. Yes, that was quite the ordeal, was it not? I'll be careful, I promise. I eagerly await the day when I may hear what it is that you would share with me.
A secret vow? Oh-ho! Consider my interest piqued as well, good Inspector. Now, let us be off. Miss Phyllis awaits our report.
A fourth victim? Thal have mercy! Were you able to glean aught of a connection to the other victims? The arbiters of truth? Oh no, it can't be!
Somebody! Help!
Miss Ellie! Oh gosh, the voice came from the direction of the vault. We must hurry!
Miss Ellie! I say, are you hurt? That man, I sought only to ask him a few questions, but before I knew what was happening, he was upon me. I could only...
Bash his brains with a conveniently placed bottle of mead, it would seem. Aha! Remind me not to get on your bad side, Miss Ellie. That said, is Nashu not with you?
She saw a figure lurking in the shadows. She went off in pursuit before I could stop her.
This man wears the armor of a Sultan Sworn squire, yet his face is unfamiliar to me. Something is amiss. The thief of many faces! To think we would find our man like this.
Thrice and again did the fiend elude our grasp, but no more. By virtue of a gentleman's ingenious deductions and a lady's pugilistic puissance, I declare this case closed. I return this sachet to you, Miss Phyllis. While the gesture was appreciated, in the end it proved superfluous to my cracking of the case. Oh, shit.
While you're at it, is there anything else of immense value that you'd like to wantonly destroy? Nani?
What is the meaning of this?
Ingenious, a double disguise, planted by the thief to throw us off his trail, no doubt. This is Gyugi, one of my most capable men. I assigned him to guard the vault and outfitted him with an ample supply of demasking dust. It is inconceivable that the thief could so easily elude his grasp.
Thinking noises. Unless the thief was not wearing a mask. Speaking of which, has anyone seen Miss Ellie?
No, that's impossible.
Of course, it all makes perfect sense. With a phantom thief to thank for her burgeoning readership and rise through the ranks of the Mithril Eye, Miss Ellie could not bear to face the possibility of her story of a lifetime coming to an end. Thus, she hatched a plan to... Oh gosh, my lady! The bloody vault has been breached! The wise man's bloody whisper, it's gone!
For her foul crimes against the Sultanate, I hereby declare Ellie of the Mithril Eye, the thief of many faces, an enemy of the state. Deploy all troops and do not rest until she is in custody.
And now the game is truly afoot.
Oh! What is the meaning of this racket and the Rampesaru? And just as we are about to make our triumphant return, isn't that so, Enkidu? Peacock!
Miss Ellie! Hey, Miss Ellie! Hey, you know that shadow you said you saw? I think it was just a doy mouse. Oh, shit. Well, to think he'd literally stumble face first onto the second mask. His good fortune truly knows no end. But not to worry. Yeah, I dare say the Phantom Thief has another trick or two up his sleeve. Looks like I'm the one who's walking here.
My ever-loyal associate. We must find Miss Ellie, and quickly. Surely, if confronted by her constant companions, she can still be convinced to abandon this fool plan. Oh, Miss Phyllis, I thought you'd already departed in the company of your men. But all for the better. Shall we conduct the search together?
I fear that would only put them at a greater risk. You see, the fifth and final member of the Arbiters of Truth, the Phantom Thief's final target, is none other than...
Hildibrand
me! Mind you, it's not a role I sought of my own accord. My name and my passion for history are somewhat well known in the Sultanate. One day, I received an anonymous letter stating that a position in the committee had been opened and I had been chosen to fill it. The letter went on to enumerate my duties, to prevent the spread of historical lies that would sully the name of our illustrious nation. As a high-ranking officer in the Sultan's Sworn, I was deemed to be in a particularly unique position to serve as an arbiter. I knew that there were other members of the organization, but was told nothing of their names or identities. To think that my unknown compatriots were the victims all along. I cannot put any more lives in danger. I will sequester myself in a place where my presence can cause no harm, until such a time as the killer is apprehended.
Your concern for our well-being is most touching, Miss Phyllis, but there is no need for such caution. As a seasoned inspector, I am more than capable of protecting a lady in distress. And as a gentleman, that is exactly what I intend to do. My associates here also stand by your side. Speaking of which, has anyone seen my loyal assistant?
Hey, Inspector! Over here, I'm walking here.
Ah, there you are, Nashu. You really should not run off on your own like that. I was worried sick about you.
Hey, I'm sorry, Inspector. Miss Ellie said she saw someone in the shadows, so I went to take a look. Now, there weren't anything there but a toy mouse, but it was a really cute toy mouse, you see? It just kept squeaking and scurrying away, and I just... meow.
Pardon me for a moment, Nashu. Yes, my inspector's sense speaks to me. Someone is watching us. Sebby, let us split up and canvass our surroundings.
Si, senor.
A water-stained letter lies conspicuously on the floor.
Be wary. Be warned.
A water-stained letter? You already know.
Trust no one. Trust your friends all the less.
Blah, 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 blah.
This will avail you well. Use it wisely.
You obtain a sachet of demasking dust. In the next instant, you feel an intimidating presence behind you.
Whoa! If it ain't my beloved son's staunch companion, the mighty Sebbywebz TV. I was in the area on a matter of personal business, which I curtailed when I felt a suspicious presence from the shadows. Pursuing it led me here. Perhaps it's the same for you? Oh, so your pursuit of the many-faced thief has taken quite an unexpected turn. And now you've come across a series of anonymous letters. Perhaps our watcher in the shadows is a friend. Or is this but another trap laid by the fiend? Oh yes, the plot thickens like a cup of coffee in the big time. In either event, I dare say the circumstances call for utmost caution. The thief could be anywhere, or anyone. Myself excluded, of course. No mere mask could replicate the physique of this Manderville Marn. That said, I fear my dear Hildy might be in a bit over his head this time. Allow me to assist in your investigation. Were anything to happen to Hildibrand, his dear mother would, not be pleased. If the sender speaks true, then the villain even now lurks within our midst. And yet, we have but a single sachet of cocaine at our disposal. We must identify the imposter before reasonable doubt before we proceed. You know the players better than I, Sebby. What say you have a few words with each of them? See if something seems amiss.
Miss Ellie is the Phantom Thief. It's the only logical conclusion. And yet, I cannot help but feel that another truth still evades us. Am I doomed to share the same fate as the others? Oh gosh, I'd sooner die than become one of those things. So, Inspector Briardien told me all about it. Who would have thunk Miss Ellie was the Phantom Thief all along? She sure fooled me.
Nothing particularly odd about any of them, you say? Well, that stands to reason. The fiend would not take such a risk if he weren't utterly confident that he could pull off the ruse.
Coises, this one ain't half the fool that his son is. I must elude him, and quickly. Time is of the essence.
I questioned the Sultan sworn outside. To a man, they insist that they have seen naught of Miss Ellie. Wherever could she have gone? Egads! Father! What brings you here?
Cup of coffee.
I say, finally the pieces are coming together. Now, if you would kindly stand still and shut up. The fiend already stands among us.
Among Us? Wasn't that a popular game last year? I mean, Inspector Briardien. I should hope that you are not doubting me.
While I'm quite convinced that even a master impersonator would struggle to recreate your particular brand of idiocy, the fact remains that anyone here who has spent even a moment alone must be considered a suspect. The thief has proven to be highly efficient at assuming new identities.
An astute observation, my gangly friend. I'd say this occasion calls for a dose or two of that powder that Sebby found here earlier. There wouldn't happen to be another sachet or two lying about, would there?
What remains of our supply has already been distributed to the search party. But worry not, they should be reporting back within a bell's time. Here, time might be against me, but just you watch. I'll wiggle my way out of this and turn you into the reeking, drooling corpse you deserve to be.
I fear that is more time than we can afford, Miss Phyllis. Fortunately, my powers of deduction will lay the fiend's face bare within minutes. We know that, given the choice, the thief prefers to impersonate familiar personages. As Miss Ellie has had only passing interactions with my dear father, we can safely eliminate him from consideration. That leaves myself, Nashu, and Sebby here. Nashu and I, in particular, have had a close and extended relationship with our suspect. I shall begin by questioning mine own assistant. I assure you that none know her better than I.
Brilliant reasoning as ever, Inspector. Go on, ask me anything. Of all the times for this overstuffed buffoon to start talking sense. If he asks me anything too obscure, my cover is as good as blown.
My relationship with Nashu is so close that I dare say it is at times like we share a similar mind. If this Nashu is truly my ever-loyal assistant, she should have no trouble completing my thoughts. Ahem. I'm a Manderville.
Man!
Good. Doing what only a Manderville can. From the peaks of Corthus to Thanalan, Manderville.
Man! You're the best, Inspector!
A perfect score. You may rest easy, dear friends. This is unmistakably, unequivocally, indubitably the true Nashu.
I never loved you more than now, you marvelous asshole.
Nashu, is something the matter? Just because you've picked up a few more wrinkles beneath the eyes, there is no need to avert that charming face of yours.
Wrinkles? Wrinkles? Hey, look who's talking! You crusty, cretinous old... Genius Inspector?
I'll be right back. I gotta change my shirt. I just spilled beer on it. I'm not having that for the, recording. I'm sorry!
The charade is up, Miss Ellie. Si, senor.
Nani! Miss Ellie, you look somehow different?
Seven L's, done in by a muscle-bound muttonhead and his motley troop of mummers. Just who are you? Your resemblance to Miss Ellie is most uncanny, and yet... Consulting Inspector Briardien. Once again, you fail to measure up to your lofty reputation. Of course we resemble each other. Ellie is, after all, me own flesh and blood. My beloved sister and my eminently capable partner in crime. 1,000 faces I might wear, but only one name do I bear. You can call me Jane Snow, Ceci. Charmed, I'm sure. Are you quite alright? Why, you look like you've seen a ghost. Despite my moniker, I assure you that Ellie and I are no spectres. What we are, mind you, are the last living scions of Syldian aristocracy. Bemused, are you? Befuddled to find two sisters behind the mask? Try using your brains once in a while. You know nothing, I'm sorry, wrong show. Every time you encountered the thief, Ellie was staring right in your midst. No, the thief that 4 times stole the show, and those priceless relics, that was me. Meanwhile, Ellie hid in plain sight, supplying me with the just knowledge I need to stay one step ahead of my pursuers, all the while spinning the hair-raising tales of my exploits that won the heart of this nation. We owe you a lot, truly. Why, without the tales of your hapless attempts to catch me,
we could have never risen to these heights of celebrity.
Miss Ceci, from a gentleman to a lady, I would ask you one thing and one thing only. Just what is it that you and Miss Ellie hope to accomplish with all of your schemes?
Justice! 400 years ago, Uldan dogs reduced our great nation to a nation of zombies. At long last, the cowards that will still justify these foul deeds will suffer the same fate. Wait a minute. The histories say it was Sildir that turned their own men into zombies. The histories lie! And you work from the shadows, silencing those who would speak the truth. You should have died with your fellows, false arbiter. It was Uldar that ordered the creation of that dreadful powder. It was Uldar that wielded it as a weapon against our proud ancestors. The history of your glorious sultanate is built on a lie.
What is this madness you speak of, woman?
Not madness. Truth. The powder in my possession was stolen from the Uldan army 4 centuries ago by one of my ancestors. They say it was his final act of courage in the moments before his leg fell off and his rotten head dropped from his shoulders. This is the truth the histories don't tell. The truth that this doe-eyed sultan sworn would kill to keep buried in the sands of Thanalan. But your time of reckoning is nigh. Oh yes, before long, you and everyone in this rotten nation will know firsthand the horrors that my ancestors knew. And just what do you mean by that? By the way, your laugh is rather weird. Oh, how the idiots lap up the stories. A mass crusader for justice. A dashing rebel waging battle against power and authority. Oh, if they only knew. But they'll see soon enough, when they're eating each other's brains and cooks on the street. In the last days before our proud nation was razed to the ground, a band of the final survivors stole a vast quantity of the powder from the Uldan vaults, hiding it away in secrecy with powerful magics. The sole means by which the vaults might be opened, by assembling 4 relics, secrets from Belladere. 4 relics once housed in the royal palace of Sildir before the Uldan dogs stole them and claimed them for their own. So, it dawns on you at last. Yes, even as we speak, Ellie makes for the vault, the 4 relics safely in hand. Just think, one day, you'll be able to tell your grandchildren that you were there when the zombie powder rained down on Uldar. No, wait, you'll all be dead. So fuck you! I say, that's bloody preposterous. But first, you, my dear, you won't even have the pleasure of looking on the last moments of your precious homeland. Let your flesh rot like all your rotten lies. Who knew?
I think not, Miss Ceci. Nandato.
Hildibrand! You idiot! Just for once, could you not get in the bloody way?
Godbert Manderville. I can't even trust your sorry ass to look after him from one day.
Oh shit.
I knew it! That presence watching over from the shadows. It was you, my dear wife. Oh, shit. Nutty. Rodarola!
Ahem. Am I to understand that you are Hildibrand's mother?
This is more like it, Aru. Hand to hand, skillet to skillet. It's enough to send our warriors post-racing. Prepare yourself, Sebiru! The time of our final confrontation is nigh! Nani! Massacre.
Do you have potato for brains, honey, you overstuffed buffoon? My beloved boy's been turned into a stinking corpse, if you haven't goddamn noticed. You, Sebby or something, was it? You handsome Spanish bandito Lalafell? Hildy's told me all about your hijinks together. I'm damn pleased to meet ya, honey buns. My dear boy's always had a bit of a rebellious streak, but what can I say? I come on a bit too strong at times, if you know what I mean. But can you blame me? This time I thought I'd sit back and leave things to my sorry-ass husband over here, and look where that got me. You'll help me out, won't you handsome little Lalafell? Oh, si, senor. Anything you say. Por favor. Gronk! Reunited with my dear boy for the first time in ages. And just look at him. He's green. Fortunately, there's still time to reverse the zombie curse, and I know just the remedy. A vial of holy water. The ingredients are simple. A tatter of oversold rags and a phial of twice distilled water. Singard at the market stocks the former, and the latter you can procure from a trader by the name of O'Gast. Now hurry. Once the poison spreads through his veins, there ain't no antidote that's gonna save him. In the meantime, I will search for the bumbler's bumbling assistant. With any luck, Miss Nashu is still alive. I'm walking here.
Oh my god, Aru! That's smart, Aru. Egad, Hildy, you are looking none too hearty yourself.
No thanks to you, you bumbling oaf. Now, are you going to accompany Sebby here and make yourself useful? Or do I have to reintroduce you to that bloody wall?
Of course, milady. Gilgamesh is at your service. Singot sundries, was it? Come now, Sebby. There is work to be done, Naru! Oh wait, I don't have a cigar.
Gronk! Mamma mia! Overs on the rags, you say? I fear I have only a single tartar left in the stock, and it has already been spoken for.
But my good man, Naru, you must reconsider! My dear friend's life, and quite possibly my own as well, hangs in the balance!
I sympathize with your plight, my friend, but a man has to make a living. I have been promised a copious supply of a rare spaghetti and meatballs for these rags. Unless you can offer me the same, no deal.
Oh no! And you expect us to be able to summon such a rarity out of nowhere? At a moment's notice, Aru!
Well, look what we have here. If it isn't the Warrior of Light from the Colosseum. Funny who you meet at the markets.
Oh, gracias, senor.
As it happens, I just returned from my training. The slaying of 10 chimeras just happened to be my task for the day. If it's a chimera membrane that you seek, you're more than welcome to a share.
Oh, gracias, senor.
My lady! You are far too kind.
Don't mention it. If it hadn't been for Inspector Hildibrand and Sebby here, I'd still be tag-teaming with that slimy Australian octopus and cheating my way to fame and fortune. I'm a woman who pays her debts. And that is it for my cameo. Goodbye.
Well, take me, if that wasn't the Wheel of the Tempest. Ever since she confessed to a trickery and started climbing back from the bottom of the ranks, I've been proud to call myself one of her biggest fans. Why, I have half a mind to give you the rags you seek simply for the privilege of meeting her, Mamma Mia.
A kind sentiment, my good Manaru. But we are more than happy to uphold our side of the bargain, aren't we, Sebby? And with this, our task here is done. Now, let us find this trader named Guest!
That blundering Manderville boy is on his last legs. You need something in mind to save him, don't you? Perhaps you can give me a good reason why I should care. Those goddamn Mandervilles are richer than the traders themselves, yet they have the audacity to haggle me down to the last gil for every purchase. If the family line ended today, I'd be a happier and wealthier man. Now, I believe the ballroom calls. Good day to you, and do pass along my condolences to the grieving parents.
Have you not a shred of honor or compassion in that spindly body? Business rival or no, the man is on death's doorstep, Baru!
After the events of that day, my father would not so easily forgive and forget. But it matters not to me. No, my love for you is as deep as the 7 seas. I beg of you, milady, may I have this dance?
I do declare, Sebbywebz TV, what a lovely surprise. Are you here for the ball, perchance? Oh, si, senor. Heavens, the poor inspector. Well, if it isn't the Lapis Maiden in the flesh. Now, what say you bid farewell to preening fops and scruffy adventurers, and share a dance with a cultured gentleman befitting of your great beauty? Why, it would be a pleasure and an honor both, my lord. Provided you first provide my good friend Sebby with a bottle of twice distilled water that he seeks. What? But, I'm Jack Nicholson. What a weird predicament to find myself in. You know this man? Well, if that's the price that you had set, then so be it. Take it. It's barely worth its weight in gil anyway. Now, shall we, Miss Arabella?
I knew Hildy to be a worthy rival, but to think he was this beloved by so many. Clearly, this realm would deeply mourn his loss. Quickly, Sebby! Let us deliver these goods while there is still time to save him!
Well, how you doing, honey? I trust the two of you wouldn't dare come back empty-handed. Well, that's just brilliant. I'd take you over my muscle-headed half-wit of a husband any day. Now, stand back and let me show you some real Manderville home cooking. Take that, Thal, you bloody bugger, and guide my skillet. Well, that should stop its spread. Now it's up to Hildy to flush what's left of it out of his system. But don't you worry, he's my son after all. I reckon he's still got some fight left in him. I say, look who I found. She was slumbering obliviously in a rubbish-strewn corner of Pearl Lane. And boy, did that nap feel good. Yes, I'm sure it did. Sebby, word has it that Ellie has been sighted at the Sildian ruins. We must go there, with all haste. Si, senor. You've done well by my dear boy today. But don't you worry, I'll handle things from here. There's a nice warm bed for him,
and I think I know a few specialists who might know a thing or two about his condition. Now what in the seven hells are you standing around for? The future of Ul'dah is at stake! You handsome honey buns!
Sebby, my strength is yours as well, Uru. For Ul'dah, for our friend Hildibrand!
You remind me of my husband. What were you having more muscles than sense? If you're so keen on making yourself useful, why don't you run to the markets and bring me some fire crystals? Keeping my dear boy warm is key to fighting off the zombification. Now let's see. I believe about 20 crates or so should suffice.
I am a warrior, not an yes, milady.
Run the way!
I say, Enkidu, the burden we must bear simply to secure my long-awaited final confrontation with Sebbiru. That said, the events of today have given me cause to reflect. Sebby and Hildy, both. Oh, to be blessed with such veritable regions of friends, tried and true. But alas, not I. No. Only one true friend have I ever known, and she is long lost to me. Gronk! You are a fine bird! You have given me great comfort in my trouble, but you will never be Enkidu, my one and only true companion. Oh, my friend, were you here with me? Even Sebbiru could not stand against our combined might! Enkidu, wherever you may wander, hear my words! Return here to my side! Do you hear me? Enkidaru! Nani? What was that flash from the heaven, Oru? It nearly blinded me! And what? The crystal? Where have they gone, Oru?
Well, I fancy meeting you here, old friend.
That voice, could it be? My faithful companion? Why must you always make me wait so?
Well, what are you doing dilly-dallying around here? Let me jog your memory. There's a moonsick maid digging around at the SWb&x excavation site with a mind set on turning Ul'dah into a land of the walking dead. Your concern for Hildibrand is touching, but don't you worry. Mummy Dearest isn't gonna let her beloved son kick the bucket that easily. You handsome little lullafer.
Oh gosh, we've managed to track down Miss Ellie just up ahead, while your friends watch over her as we speak. Yet no matter how many times we try to reach out to her, she refuses to so much as answer. Needless to say, we considered physically incapacitating her, but that crate she's sitting on isn't just a makeshift chair. It's filled to the brim with trader's spurn. One misstep, and the consequences, oh gosh, they could be dire indeed. You're our only hope, Sebby. Even in a single-minded rage, surely the time you spent together must still count for something. You need not put yourself in undue danger. I only ask that you step forth where your voice might be heard and call out your friend's name. I beg of you, Sebby. Surely, if anyone can convince the woman to abandon her madness, it's you. With the chat in mode, say, use your keyboard or software to call out Ellie and convince your erstwhile friend and companion to listen to reason. Bonjour, Sebby. I suggest you leave this place while you still can. I bear you no grudge, but should you so much as think of interfering, I will not hesitate to turn you into a zombie too. So it was you, after all. Consider me disappointed. Your sister Sassy is already in custody. Surrender now, and I will see that no harm befalls her. How little you understand us, Inspector. Then again, how could one born into a life of power and privilege ever hope to understand? Sassy and I have no family, no friends, no fortune, nothing. Two sisters against the world, with only our quest for justice to give us meaning. Long ago, we made a vow. Should the worst happen, our mission takes priority over all. We, over our own wretched lives. Do you see now? Anything I might once have had to lose, I lost long ago. Now stand down, or suffer the same fate as the damn dogs you would defend. Ellie, I say, stop this madness. I am sorry, Inspector. No, no! There's too many of them!
All in a day's work for a Manderville man. It's hammering time! Sourdough! Muda, 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 muda!
Help! I'm walking here!
Soyo!
Hey, great work, Greg.
Brains!
You only delay the inevitable. I have an entire legion of the undead at my beck and call. Face it, it's only with Inspector Hildibrand's ridiculously good fortunes that you even made it this far. And here's as good as 6 rooms on there.
Be forewarned, girl. Know that I speak from experience when I say, underestimate Hildy. You do so at your own peril.
I'm afraid you underestimate me as well. No mere splash of holy water can stave off the effects of the traitor spawn. I fear that the good inspector's luck has finally run out.
Thou's balls. Is there no end to him? I'm not liking our chances. Greg, was it? Yes.
It is a shame to lose you, Sebby. Warrior of light that you are, you might yet have served one last purpose for us all. Go forth, my zombie minion!
Sacre bleu! Nani?
When darkness falls, and hope fades to bloody despair, 4 warriors born of light shall descend in the righteous glare. Well, I'll be fucked with a broadsword. Are my eyes to be Are my eyes to be believed? That pose? No. These are not 4 warriors of light that I see. They're the 4 bloody gentlemen of light. Gosh! Just so, my good man. For I, Hildibrand, Agent of Enquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, has made his triumphant return. Did you miss me? Oi, we meet again, girl. Tell me you got my snurble tonic, or I'll fashion myself a wig from your lovely locks after I rip them clean from your bloody head.
Oh, hello there, Mr. Elezen. Court, you're looking absolutely resplendent today.
Impossible! The holy water could not have cured him!
It didn't. Fortunately, our overlord spent quite some time building up an immunity to zombie powder. I'm Sean Connery.
And when we heard that Master Zombiebrand was at risk of joining the actual bloody dead, we knew we had to take some fucking action.
An immunity to... shit. I'm just going to pretend that makes any kind of sense.
The game is up, Miss Ellie. Pray, abandon this madness. Besides, plots of mass murder hardly suit a lady like yourself. Oh, merde.
It's over. It is all over. Inspector Briardien, you said there was something you would tell me when all was through. I imagine you have no words for me now. Ellie, your powers of deduction are wanting. You said you had lost everything and everyone you had to lose, did you not? As for me, I found something. Someone with whom I intend never to part. I care not if it takes years, even decades. When you emerge from your jail cell, a free woman, I will be there. What say you? That would be nice. Merci.
Miss Ellie, while the crimes perpetrated by you and your sister are unpardonable, you are far from the only ones guilty. On behalf of the Syndicate, I offer my apologies for the false aspersions cast upon your ancestors. You said the nation of Udar was built on lies. Seeing what I have seen today, I can't deny your words. It will not be an easy task to rewrite, nay, restore history. But know this, I'll do everything in my power to bring truth to the fore. Cup of coffee. Are we not forgetting someone here? And by someone, I mean me! If you are quite done praying Croak and Duggaroo, I require Sebby's presence for a matter of far greater importance. The time of a too-long delayed confrontation is nigh.
Oh, now, senor.
Why the wrong face, friend? Ah, but perhaps this will have you singing a happier tune.
Could it be? The treaty blade? And the true one at that?
None other. And I have not the slightest intention of parting with it, save to the one who defeat me in single combat. Ah, but I misspeak. It would not be single combat this time.
I have to sneeze. 1 second. I do declare, is that my cue, old friend?
Nani?
Raw?
Oh gosh, what is that abomination? Some new breed of void scent?
Abomination! I thank you to address my companion with courtesy, girl. 'Twas the most curious thing. There I was, hoarding a crate full of crystals for Hildy's mother, thinking how much better things would be if my dear friend Enkidu was here. Then a Thrasher came from the Heavenaru, and the next thing I knew, there she was, Aru!
By the gods, it makes perfect sense. Doubtless the crystals heard Greg's heartfelt plea, summoning forth his friend, nay, no mere friend, but rather the primal Enkidu.
And the world has now completely and utterly ceased to be bound by the laws of logic.
Sebby, you may have bested me in the Pastaru, but facing the two of us together will be no easy task. And yet, I trust you will not shock from the Challengeru. Enkidu and I shall await you at Ampador Keep! Soyo! 'Tis away from here, but what better venue for a climactic confrontation? If you would claim the treaty braid, then claim it from me as a warrior. To the skies, Enkidu! To the Skyru!
Two against one? That's not very gentlemanly of you, Greg. Come, Sebby, to Ampador.
This is a grave development indeed. To think that one man could summon a primal on his own. I must send word to the Scions at once.
Gracias, senor, for I am Spanish.
Oh, but of course. I'd nearly forgotten we had a warrior of light in our very midst. Please, Sebby, you're our only hope to slay the primal and reclaim the blade.
Si.
Ahem! Is that you, Sebby? Pray, forgive me. I was right on Greg's trail when I encountered a subterranean curiosity that demanded my immediate attention. I will be concluding my investigation forthwith, but in the meantime, might I trouble you to entertain Greg and his primal fiend in my stead? Together we will reclaim the treaty blade from that knave, Sebby. Ah, yes. Just go on ahead. I'll be along directly.
At long last, we meet on the battlefield. Again, Naru! This time, with Enkidu! You will not enjoy this fight this time, unless you enjoy getting pounded a senseless. Soyo!
Right. Are you ready, kids? I can't hear you!
Let's go.
Gomu Gomu no! Riddle, fire, perfect balance, shoulder tackle! Oh shit! I'm a chicken! Help! Help! Bagog! 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 Bagog!
Run away? Oh! I was seeking out a more suitable spot for my victory. But enough exposition! What is this? A Realm Reborn? Let us fight like men! Transmog time!
Oh, fuck yeah. This is the real Gilgamesh. Fucking 8 arms, baby.
The mightiest warrior to ever grace Eorzea. Gilgamesh! Prepare yourself! To think my full complement of arms would avail me nothing-a-loo. Yo! No more hijinks from Gilgamesh. You have my word. You shall have the treaty blade as soon as I remember where I hid it. Oh! Anyway, I yield to your unparalleled puissance.
Gracias, senor.
Percock, I'm a chicken, Percock.
Oh! I ride like a rug! You must be Mr. Stupid! You can take that fusty old braid. I thirst for true power. Oh! You have proven a worthy opponent, but I warn you, treasure every moment with your weaponry.
Percock, I'm a chicken, Percock.
For as sure as the day follows the night, the hour will come when I claim it as my own. Till we meet again, Naru!
Percock.
What ho, Sebby? Have you seen Greg and his oversized avian companion? Lead them to me at once, and we shall deliver the coup de grace together. The battle has already been won? Well, that is triumphant news indeed. Clearly, the lessons you have learned from me have not been for naught. And what's this you say? The treaty blade lies hidden somewhere in the nearby wood? Worry not, my ever-loyal associate, for no buried treasure will ever escape the keen eye of Hildibrand, agent of enquiry and inspector extraordinaire. Now, which way was the forest again?
Sebby! Oh gosh, what news of the Primal and the Treaty Blade? Remarkable! I knew the Warrior of Light would emerge triumphant. Let us hope that Inspector Hildibrand enjoys similar success in finding the blade.
Such design, such craftsmanship, at once bold and powerful, yet sensitive and refined. I believe I found inspiration for my next cup of coffee in the big time.
Of course they are beautiful. They were the greatest treasures of lost Sudir. To think they were locked away in the vaults of those who destroyed our homeland and dragged our ancestors' names through the mud. And just how did you come to know these long-lost relics? There was an ancient scroll, passed down in our family, left to us by our dear grandmother. It spoke of the 4 warriors of light, their 4 relics, and an incantation of untold power. If we could have wielded this magic of legend, Ellie and I might still have had the last laugh. Alas, speaking the words had no effect. Only a true warrior of light can wield the power, or so the legend goes. Ah, what I would not have given to see it, the ultimate achievement of the greatest measures this realm has ever known. And just what sort of an incantation is this? The ring casts open the doors of justice. The wise man whispers a verdict true. Azima's virtue shines down from the heavens. To complete the incantation, the warrior of light would then hold forth the treaty blade and speak, "Blade in hand, I swear unto you." The legends differ as to what happens next, but all speak of a great holy radiance shining down from the heavens. Hey, that sounds great!
Over here, friends! Hildibrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, returns with tidings most triumphant. Ta-da! Behold, safe in my hands, none other than the treaty blade. And the real one this time, I swear unto you.
Oui, just like that, I swear unto you, and then... Qu'est-ce que c'est?
My word! Whatever is this odd tingling sensation?
Ridiculous! Hildibrand is not a warrior of light. He's just some fool who thought he could stop the lesser moon with his own bare hands. It would seem the treaty blade is just as confused as the rest of us. No. That light. Someone stop it! I won't stand to see the legendary power of our forefathers wielded by this muscle-bound buffoon!
Nandato? Oh my god! Skyward ho!
Well, I dare say that proved to be a most useful incantation indeed. And so, the justice of light that shone from the treaty blade banishes shadow, returning peace to the land. So the legend ended. I must say, I never expected it to be quite literally a beam of light. I suppose it would not have been much use to us after all. Hey, Inspector! Wait for me! I'm working here!
Well, foul's balls, Hildy. First you almost died at your poor mother's feet, and now you fly off to God's nowhere without even giving your mom a kiss goodbye. Well, howdy doody.
Oh! It appears that a case of wanderlust has once again struck Hildibrand, as it has many a Manderville man before him. Godspeed, my boy. When the day comes that you tire of our mystery solving, your dear old man will be here to pass on to you a cup of coffee in the big time.
So, in the end, the sealed-in incantation of legend was wielded not by a warrior of light, but a gentleman of light. Well, that treaty blade is some 6 centuries old after all. Perhaps it's not quite as sharp as it used to be. The magic that brought peace and happiness to the people of Briardien. It was every bit as beautiful as I imagined. To think I would see it with my own eyes. It is nothing short of a dream come true. He bumbles and shambles through yet another case, and still he manages to make a girl's dream come true. A gentleman to the end. That bloody bastard.
Oh my god! What's this? A glint in the corner of my eye? A curious scent wafting in from the winds of a far-flung land? Do I smell a case? Worry not, my friends. Wherever the wronged want for succor, I, Hildibrand, shall be there. Until we meet again. Hildibrand will return?